Hello and welcome everybody. It is time for more Wiki 3 Friday, and we're probably finishing up the campaign today. Don't know if we're gonna go until the full end to have all the sweet weird statistics, but who knows? Otherwise, we have with us Lena today.
Hola.
Agonia. Hey. And Ruben.
Hello.
And we have we're basically we were like, oh fuck management. Job talks. You know.
HR.
You really feel you're
fucking HR and their fucking shitty HR software.
You really feel alive when you really feel you get old when you start talking about how shitty HR is, and not there's new shit coming to my favorite game.
I feel like a proper adult. It's weird.
You have my sympathies. My condolences.
Yeah. It's like, how you've you guys have grown up watching shows where they talk about this stuff, watching Parks and Rec or The Office or something like that, and then it's I understand the jokes now. I understand them.
Oh, God, yeah, yes. The Parks and Recs and The Office is you definitely get that, and it's and then you're sometimes, you look at characters like Ron Swanson, you're like, is this guy for real? And you later on, oh shit, these people exist.
He's very real.
They actually, what the fuck is wrong here? And the funniest part about that, what Ron Swanson always is that he's always those damn communists, and then he's kind of a pillar of the commune, and is always helping out.
I am the opposite of Ron Swanson. My computer is half my age. It's 12 years old.
God damn it.
Well, okay, that's the desktop one. I've got a laptop which is a good bit better.
Yeah.
Why? Why is it so bad? Why did you do this? Oh.
Well, I mean, now you have money, so maybe you can get a new laptop.
Oh no! I can't. I have to use the company provided one.
I mean, yes, but you can get one for yourself if you feel fancy.
I've already got a laptop.
What?
It's fine. Yeah. Okay. I bought one for uni.
Oh.
It's got 3050 in it.
That's nice.
It's better than my little brother's computer PC that I built for him. So that was kind of old. It's got a 960 in it.
Yeah, okay. That's definitely that's a strong laptop. I wish I had that kind of laptop, honestly.
Yeah. No, I was playing proper games. I was playing No Man's Sky, and I played Baldur's Gate on it when I was at home over holidays.
You were saying No Man's Sky, and you're like, are those really games though?
I played Baldur's Gate on it.
Oh yeah,
I played Ghost of Tsushima on it. 1080p medium settings. Nice. And that's with the fucking 4GB version of the. Oh my god, I hate GPUs with fuck all VRAM. It's awful.
Fair point.
Yeah, so I'm happy with it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Well, that's lovely.
Yeah. How's everybody else's week been?
We were ill.
And then we watched
again.
Yeah, Nya was out on Monday, I think.
Yeah. I had to collect shit on Monday, and then
we went instant ill, and then we streamed on Wednesday, but I was still ill.
Yeah, and then we were awake for too long, and I had a shitty day on Thursday.
Mm.
It's hey, we should. You know what? At least we can get to sleep at 5 a.m. Agonia starts a discussion. It's now 7 a.m.
Why did you
4
guys
hours later,
sleep? What?
Because I had to do shit. It was logistical shit. But you know what? At least I got also to buy stuff. And today I made very delicious dinner. Very delicious.
What did you make?
Pasta alla Zozona.
Pasta, nice.
No. Okay. basically, I don't know how you can translate Zozona. It's like a word from Italian slash, especially the Roman region. It's kind of like, you know, big mess, you know, messy, like
Just tell
The
them
thing-
what it is.
basically it's kind of the most favorite Roman pasta dishes all together. So you have
like pasta, beans, and cheese.
not really. It's more okay.
That's a
basically,
joke.
basically, you start with guanciale, so you know, like a carbonara in the pan, but then you add sausages. You know, Italian
Ooh.
sausages. So then you put those in and fry those up. So then you put some onions in, optionally some garlic. I know some Italians might be like, is that traditional? Nothing is traditional, fuck boy. We can do everything with, as long as we, you know how to cook. You know, maybe a bit of garlic, and you put in tomato sauce. So, then you take your pasta, you know, you cook it on the side, all of that, you know the drill. Usually you take thick ones, but, I mean, Agonia is a fan of fusilli, and fusilli work kinda similar, so who cares? Like, honestly, fusilli is the pasta shape you can use for basically everything.
Perfect. It picks up sauce. It's
Yes, like, here's the thing,
you
your
can use a
sauce
fork,
is...
you can use a
Your sauce is kind of thin, it still sticks to fusilli. Your sauce is kind of thick, it still sticks to fusilli. It's like, this is like, people are like, what is the perfect pasta shape? This is kind of a perfect pasta shape you can buy. My opinion, though, at least. Okay? So, anyway. You know, usually something like, I think, rigatoni, I think, is it called? Like, very thick tube noodles at that. You use that. I guess you can also
yeah.
use penne. But those are used, you know, the ones for thicker sauce, because this one. Then you put, like, tomato puree. Not paste, but you can, I guess you could do a bit paste. But tomato puree slash tomato sauce into, you know, into your pan with the meats and all that, and mix that together. Then you put in your pasta into that pot. And then on the side you use grated pecorino romano slash parmigiano reggiano if you don't have pecorino romano, but you know, you can mix those with eggs and black pepper like carbonara. Mix that into a slurry, and then you take off the pan of your off the heat from the stove, and then you mix the egg, the cheese egg mixture into your tomato meat sauce. It's a mess, but it's one hell of a creamy fucking sauce that is really, really, really rich and really delicious. So, yeah, honestly, if you can make Zozona, try Zozona. It is very delicious. Very delicious. I will do more with that recipe. It's... Yeah, it is kind of a big mess because it, you know, uses stuff. Which is like everything from the big pasta dishes of the Roman region, but yeah. It is very delicious. I can only recommend the Zozona.
But since we were ill, we couldn't play much, so we watched anime.
Yes, we watched gay shit.
Good.
I mean, it's the guy gay shit, but it was very good guy gay shit, actually. So, yeah. Like, kind of, we stumbled, like, okay, we went, we just went through what is available, and then was, like, the Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, and, Agonia said, I got her into Chansha, and so we were like, cool, Chansha, and you know what?
Chansha?
Chansha.
Chansha?
Chansha.
Oh,
Cultivation.
Chansha.
No.
Chansha.
I'm just going to say it wrong, I'm sorry.
It's a Chinese literary genre. But cultivation,
Okay.
Taoism. It's that. But basically, it's really good. Like, okay, here's the thing. Even if you're like, I'm not that really into gay shit. Okay, here's the thing. First of all, it's...
Shame on you. You should be into gay shit. So.
Yes, okay, that's true.
Second.
First of all, this show has everything. Like, there's war, there's drama, there's intrigue, there's like really painful losses. There's a mystery going on. You're like, oh shit, yes. And then like also on top, people act reasonably, and you're like, okay, shit, what's this going on here? What are those layers? And you're like, like a very human plot for for a setting where people surf on swords. is what I'm saying. like honestly, the plot is insanely well done, and the fact that the romance is interwoven with those stakes, so like you're actually feeling like you actually get the feeling that this is important, you know. Like this is probably the biggest problem a lot of romance shows have. They just focus on the romance, and there's really nothing, around it. And then when they are like, shit, we need to have some drama. It's not that there's some external threat they could use for that. They just need to make shit up usually, which this show doesn't need because there's always an external threat. Because basically, which also makes the dynamic good because the protag basically is the inventor of the demonic cultivation ghost path, so he controls zombies and shit. And there's a lot of demonic, cultivation. Everyone's like, and like his boyfriend is basically the most stuck-up righteous guy from the righteous clan. But they work because here's the thing. Everyone in the world is like, demonic cultivation. Can you really trust that? But the boyfriend is like, no, my boyfriend has really strong morals, more than you have, so I will stand by his fucking side, even though you accuse him of the most heinous, horrible shit. And people die, sometimes even at their hand, and it's like, it's just so well written, honestly. It's fucking good. You're like, damn, there are stakes in this. There's like, actually, it's just so well written. And again, then you get to the conclusion, you're like, oh, that was going on, which makes it like a lot of stuff just clicks in hindsight, and it's like it's just really good. It's just a really good show, really. It's like 3 seasons. I can only recommend it. We basically binged the thing. So like, yeah.
In one night or over
2
a couple
nights.
days.
We were ill, and I was that tired as fuck. So
Makes sense.
yeah. And you know what? Then it turns out another book from the same author also got a series adaptation. So guess what we're watching right now? It's more gay shit. It's so different, but still really good. Like yeah.
I still think there's like a very, very small amount of gay shit. That's not enough.
It is definitely like.
I would say it's not necessarily not enough, but there's lots of gay shit that's mid at best.
Oh yeah, there's
fair.
a lot of
more good stuff. More the good stuff.
Like, first of all, there's a lot of mid shit, and then like let's just be clear. The moment I think the only one that really that got a lot, over the past years was yaoi stuff, and there's so much shovelware there. Holy shit.
Oh
like,
my god.
But like this one again, this one is like, oh yeah, this is the shit people, this is the shit.
Not yaoi. We need Yuri.
I mean, in that sense, you know what? We just watched yaoi. We're still watching yaoi. The point is just, if it's well written, I'm down.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
down
well,
for a good
that
romance.
kind of goes for anything though. If it's well written,
Yeah.
we're definitely.
Good. Okay, yeah, that is probably
Most of the time.
Oh, hello, Zep.
Hello, Seb.
Hola.
I mean, yeah, the big problem for me is more like, let's just also say here, this is just a general problem with romance writing. Like, most romance shows are just mid as fuck at best.
I mean, if it's like kind of like cutesy and like it's an actual good couple, like I don't mind that. I don't mind if it's mid.
Okay, here's the thing. Even getting a good couple is hard. Like, have you seen how many shitty heterosexual romance stuff is out there?
I know. I
It's
hate
so
it. Like,
bad.
I love a good cute couple. Just like fuck yeah, people being happy. Why does it always have to be like shitty? Especially like, oh my god, I want an adult couple. Like not like adult, but like
You know what?
actual.
You know what?
Not kids. I would love not kids. Like people who go to work and like. I think there's. Oh, which one is it meant to be? It's
Koi is a good one.
I have a crush at work. That's meant to be an like quite cutesy one. That's coming out pretty soon. Oh,
What?
this year.
I said that Wodakoi is a good one.
What a koi.
Your,
Which one's that?
Your voice is a little bit weird.
Yeah,
Oh.
you have a different
Hold on.
microphone.
Ah,
Deal series.
But
Oh, is it the? Oh.
But yeah, Ruben, I can tell you then you would love those two. The two we're watching right now because they're adults. There's like, there's just straight up adult people. Period.
Yeah, I mean they met.
Okay, do I sound better now?
Nope, same.
Oh,
You're
no.
using a different microphone of some sort.
I think it's using your headset mic.
Okay. No.
You
no,
sound,
wait,
you sound
there
like
you go.
Mandalore
Yeah,
Gaming.
now.
There's
I
better,
fixed
yeah.
it. It had somehow decided to default to my webcam mic.
Yeah, that really sounded webcam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason, it also made you sound a lot deeper. Like you could have done a very good like Mandalore Gaming impression.
Yeah,
Oh god.
I kind of just. Looked
Yeah. But anyways, Ruben, I was saying I was recommending Wodakoi. That's a decent office romance.
Sky. I don't think I've actually seen that one. Oh, it's up. I've got so many ones up because I was watching a YouTube video on like Once Watch. But yeah, that's on my list now.
yeah. Like,
Oh yeah, guess who's? Oh sorry, go on.
I just looked it up because, like, Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, I think they met originally when they were 17, but in the main story they're like 30 plus.
Yay!
Okay, can I say one thing? I just realized I'm really fucking old now, and we're losing culture.
We're losing culture.
We are losing fucking culture. So okay,
Since when did we become civilization?
you know what? It's just literally internet history / culture. So, the thing what is okay, basically they announced what comes in the next update for Battlefield 2042 next Tuesday, and one of the additions they're putting into that is the fact that there is now a recognition if you do render zooks in the game. So basically you exit a jet while flying and shoot down another jet with an RPG. That's a render zook. And if you do that, the game actually is like, cool, you did a render zook. And that maneuver gives you 1,337 XP.
Of course.
Which is like...
Didn't they already they already add that?
No.
'Cause I remember seeing stuff about that specific move.
The move, yes.
The move is always in the game. You can do that.
No. I meant like implementing a thing referencing that move.
No.
I remember seeing something about that like 3 months ago.
Nope.
And I know this for certain that I saw it.
Okay, but I don't know where, but like they only said they implemented it now. And also you get like a player card that you did it, so like cool, but also yeah. You get 1,337 XP for that. And then, I look on one of the Battlefield Discords I was in, and some people are saying, does 1,337 hold some significance? I don't get it. I just said, no, sorry, I'm too old. I hate it here. I hate everything.
That's me. To be honest, I have no clue what the 100.
Oh my god!
So
okay,
odd. Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
Ruben,
Child.
so do you have a calculator?
An old one.
A
Is that
normal one?
boobs backwards?
No, that is 80083.
5.
We
Yeah.
definitely know your
F5,
integrals.
yeah.
The fact that you know.
Yeah, you turn around. 1,337 is lead. From elite, aka it's just an old thing. Just being like you're like a really good gamer, like you're lead.
Who the fuck uses a calculator?
It comes from
Fucking
that.
It's
Don't you
90s.
just use your phone?
You didn't have one for that. You aren't allowed to have a
By the
phone.
way-
But,
It's
if
from
you
the
were rich,
90s. It's
maybe.
What
originally
the
from
fuck just
the 90s.
happened?
Yeah.
Can you maybe do
What?
You need to make some input on Discord, then you're shown again.
How am I supposed to make an input?
I have no idea how you should do a voice input on Discord, but maybe you can scream and
Hello. No.
no.
Let me go into the. Where are the options? There are the options.
I don't know if we're gonna do any mod rounds, Levinson. That's very much up for debate.
By the way, real quick,
Something we'll have to discuss off stream sometime.
No,
the Kit Kat
doesn't.
that I'm eating, the Kit Kat that I'm eating doesn't have a wafer in it. Yeah,
Wow.
it's missing the wafer.
Wow.
Production error.
I
No.
guess it's not.
Have you
working.
had? Have you ever
Damn it.
had?
Oh,
Have
you're
you ever
back.
had a chocolate bar?
Oh, okay,
yay.
it's back.
Maybe it did work.
Have you ever had a chocolate bar that's like just all wafer, nothing else? Or maybe like a
What?
thin coating of chocolate.
No, I
idea.
don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
You've never had? Oh, what's it called? I forgot the name. It's a Scottish chocolate I really like. Can I get? I
Right,
can't
I'm in.
remember. But it's very good. It is.
I mean, we have like the stacked wafers with like nougat and shit between them. So
No, it's not nougat. It's caramel wafer. That's it.
how is it called?
Caramel.
Caramel wafers. Just look up Tunnocks. It's so good.
Oh, okay. Tunnocks. We have something similar here. I get it.
Yes. Yeah.
So the thing is, this is basically
So good. Very
I
tasty.
don't know. I don't know if I have eaten those.
It's just like all wafer, a little bit of caramel, a little bit of chocolate.
Yeah, like
Nice.
Because I think it's called like Neapolitans or so. It's a Vienna thing.
By the way,
exclusively.
we're also, I think, all in the
all
game.
in chat. Yes, we can
Game.
continue. Okay.
Yeah, we can play.
Okay, then.
Yes, then let's go. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was going to say. So, guess who's in
Also-
a U-boat? That's what. Go on.
Fritz Cola.
Oh yeah, I should get mine
Wait, what?
back in a moment.
I was going to say
What,
something.
what is what?
Oh yeah, guess who's probably going to join a union? I just need to send in the paperwork.
Congrats.
Yay!
Yeah, your voice is again broken, Zep.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Just unplug
That'd
the.
be difficult.
Just unplug the video camera.
But yeah, congratulations
Webcam.
on the probably
Yay.
union join group.
Oh, it's a union job, but I need to join probably.
Yeah, still you're in the union then. You're like
Yeah.
doing the
union
doing the good
man.
socialist work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, it should be. My voice should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay. Yeah, Discord just had a. This
Had a
time it wasn't
moment.
it was Discord. But yeah. Yeah, congratulations, Ruben, on.
Yay.
I'm joining the trade unions
I was-
intergroup.
Oh,
Yeah, I was a little confused because there's been discussions about unions in the area recently.
Oh, okay. You guys, I thought.
Essentially, a bunch of restaurants had gone together to form a union.
Are you? Are they not joining a larger one, or? I don't know U.S.
No, they're
Labor law.
forming they're forming their own union.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I think the one that's meant for me, well, the one that's like part of my job, well, the one that I'd probably be joining is a larger one, basically. But yeah, why is it? Isn't there a teachers' union, or is that mostly for public school teachers? Isn't it? Because you're private.
Yeah, I'm not part of the union.
oh, Francis
I
is
don't need to be
attacking
part of the
Xian.
union, actually.
Oh no. Should we protect Siam? Oh, it's not.
Siam? Or...
Yeah, Xian.
It's
No,
Cola.
it's not.
Next to Dainan. It's attacked by friends.
Is it? No.
It
I'm not
is.
seeing it.
Yeah, you don't see it, but I see it.
Oh yeah, I see it here. They are attacking Siam. Conquer Bangkok.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a local teachers union for the public schools.
Should we help them or not?
Yeah. Should we help? Should we help Siam? That's the question.
I can't.
I can't either. I've forgotten.
No, me neither.
You have no interest in France?
No, it's Indochina.
Ah, okay.
I have an interest in Indochina, but I
No,
didn't
wait,
have
I do.
one in
Yeah.
France.
Oh, but no, I've got one in France and Indochina. I don't see the.
Just go on France in the diplomacy tab. Now you see it.
Oh wait. Oh, okay. The war start. No, wait. The war hasn't started.
No.
Yeah, I
it
could side with Siam.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wanna? Do I fight the French?
hasn't. I would like to. Problem is, right now I have a defensive pact with them, and if I break it, I think I have a truce, right?
No.
I don't know.
Yes, there's a truce. There's a truce when you break a pact.
Mm-hmm. Thought so, because they don't say it with the defensive pact, but I presume I would.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
most pacts involve that.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably still join against them.
I can't because of the defensive pact, but I could try. Let's try it. Let's eat the French.
Okay, then you know what? I want the Marina Kingdom, I guess.
And I can just support unconditionally.
You can get Tripolitania if you want. There's oil.
Oh yeah, that sounds good. Actually, you can get oil there.
Oil?
Oil,
I can't
oil.
offer.
That's how the Americans sound when they do geography.
Where do you think the Americans got it from originally? The British?
That's
It's not wrong, I guess.
seems like they aren't willing to give me anything, so I have to support unconditionally.
Yeah, I'm getting the Marina Kingdom
Why do they?
because I'm nice.
Okay, Rune, do you also support?
Yeah, unconditionally.
Nice.
Then I will do it with you. Then you have a land border there.
Yes.
Oh, we
Fuck
got a
up.
land border.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Keep it paused. Keep it paused.
That was the point. No need to land on them anymore.
Okay, I am sending 600 troops to. But I guess this was World War II, World War One, but
Let's
sort of
go.
semi-differently.
Yeah, it should be easy. What do I establish?
Dominance.
I mean, that's fair, but I'm talking more about companies. Oh yeah,
Yes,
power plant
severe-
proof, but that seems nice.
I have severely overbuilt my construction sectors, but I'm gonna let them run for the next 10 months to run out the construction queue, and then I'll just sit and let the private sector do its thing. Not that I have any any investment pool left, but at least it provides employment.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Oh, yes, you already did.
Isle de la France, and Zep can say what he wanted to say.
It's Ile de la France.
I don't even remember anymore.
I think it was something about unions.
Yeah, it was a union starting.
Oh,
Oh, it's a
local
public
union
school.
things.
one.
No, so the public school unions have existed for a while now.
Yeah.
The a lot of
Oh,
the
yeah.
restaurants in the local area got together to form a union, which they haven't had until now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how far things are going or how far things will get, but yeah. But
Bavaria
other
has...
than that, we are busy preparing for the inauguration on Monday.
Oh. Isn't it meant to be inside, actually? They're meant to be doing it indoors?
Yeah,
or-
so they made an announcement saying that the inauguration is going to take place is going to be an indoor ceremony, which is fine. But
Yeah.
one thing I will say, if I were to make a bet about this inauguration, it would be that Trump is going to make some kind of direct comparison between him and Martin Luther King.
Oh god.
Second?
Because it's MLK Day is Monday. The inauguration day and MLK Day just happened to fall on the same day this year.
That's assuming he cares or respects Martin Luther King enough.
Oh no,
Fair
he
point.
doesn't. But he would probably make a reference to it, just of it being on the same day, just because it's a grifting type thing.
Yeah, fair. It wouldn't.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Hmm?
Well. Yeah. So France gets one hell of a war there. Oh god.
My subjects want to rebel against me now. Of course they do.
You-
Got 100
Yes, you
troops
do.
which can help you if you need help.
Yeah, you just need to join the war then. Which I don't think you can because you have no interest there for some reason.
Oh wait, what, in Greece or?
My subjects rebelling against me right now, so...
Oh yeah, I don't think I can help then. You can move troops away from the front line.
I know. Don't worry.
Gonya,
I've got another
do you wanna
200 coming.
Fight
do you want to fight Russia in 14 months?
Probably, I have...
Prussia.
Prussia.
I'm Russia,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
the green one.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I
14
want to
months?
release
Yeah,
it.
generally, yes. If my money has recovered by then, yes.
Okay.
Well, but apparently we will have a little bit of a not much going to happen phase now until update 1.8.
I mean, it's fine, we just had one
It's-
round
it's-
in 1.8.
It's fine. Yeah, we
fixes
could do
it all.
more. We could do more. That's true. I'm not saying anything against that. It's more like,
We could revisit an old idea.
yeah. Oh, which one would you say?
Well, I mean, as much as I struggled and was in pain for this idea, we could do the African colonial resistance thing that we did.
We could do
Where we
that.
all start
yeah.
as African countries, and then probably just form one power block. So that's an idea.
Possible, yeah.
Other ones that we could do. I mean, one thing I did see was releasing parts of China as subjects and playing that.
So Splintered China.
So one person plays that. Yeah, play Splintered China. We could potentially do the Splintered Austria thing. Because I know we attempted that once, but it didn't get anywhere off. It didn't get off the grounds or anything like that. Yeah, there's things that we could revisit, ideas that we could revisit.
Yeah. I'm fine with those generally.
And we're splitting French front in 2.
You do?
Because I'm naval invading.
Ah.
Oh my god, France is so fat. Fuck the French, we're gonna fuck the French, we're gonna fuck them all over those fucking phones.
Spoken like a true Englishman.
Yes. This is for Agincourt.
Ah, yes, the Agincourt, the British Alamo.
800 years later, we're still angry.
Sadly, we couldn't do the important part with France, and this is liberate Aquitaine.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to do that on our own, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
But we won't be able to for another
Yeah.
4
Also,
years.
your
because-
African colonies are getting overrun.
Yes, but there's no Wargle there, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What are they going to
That
do?
plus who
Devastate
cares?
Africa
Yeah.
more than I have? They can't do that.
I mean,
I'm the Netherlands, okay? The United Netherlands.
I guess.
We only care about the Netherlands, quite literally. What exploiting
shit.
African colonies for
I
Yeah.
had wrote.
I mean,
for gain and
ironically, in this game, for some reason, colonizing Africa increases their standard of living, which is not how it's supposed to go.
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
best it keeps it the same.
They need to treat. They need to change how they treat colonized states.
Yeah.
At least
like
depending on the country, at least, like especially the Netherlands, the mortality rate should go up.
Yeah.
Mortality
Belgium
should
is
not even
yeah.
just like mortality going up, but I feel like buildings should have limited potential. Like there should be rules about how much ownership can occur in a state. Like in a colony type state, there should be rules about where ownership can happen.
I know what you want to say, and you're
Uh,
probably talking more about like financial districts, which are probably shouldn't be located there in that
A
sense.
little bit about that,
but
but also it's kind of like essentially the idea is that maybe they were trying to do this with the what do you call it, with the discrimination rework, but making it so that colonized states have just lower wages in general,
I mean they have that
but
because
also
they
it
discriminated.
doesn't change.
You want more discriminations then, sort of.
Yeah, you could increase
More
that
impact.
number.
More impact from it, sort of.
I think there's not enough. There may not be enough impact. I think this is possibly due to the whole
I mean, there isn't much.
rebalancing of standard of living and famines and stuff like that.
To one point, yes, but on the
'Cause
other
I
hand,
feel like
like,
it's too simple.
well, the thing is, low wages don't affect you as a state much.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, they don't get as much consumer. They can't buy as much as a consumer. True, that's not so good. But as a state, as long as your main population does that, you don't care.
That's true. I mean, also one of the
I mean, that
biggest.
was also true historically.
Yep.
But
Also-
they didn't care. You'd have more revolutions though, or
Yeah.
uprisings.
Also, one of the biggest problems is just that this game kind of. Here's the thing. What this game does is why I would say what it shows you is technically not that wrong. Is simply the fact that when you quote unquote colonize in Wiki 3, you're basically not doing a colonization. You're literally just overtaking the nation and just building everything up. You like, there's no slavery or something. You want workforce, so everyone gets paid, because that's better for the economy.
Yeah. I mean, there
You
technically
treat you,
is.
you,
Oh,
you
you
treat
know
the colonized
what?
people as people.
They need
I mean,
they need to make it so that consumer goods on the market get get distributed differently. I think.
That would be
aren't they already
f-
based
I
on
think-
price and slaves can't get most stuff anyway?
Well, so if you don't have slaves and you just have laborers, but you have like what is a laborer that is effectively a slave, then that and not just that, but like you wouldn't ship all of like a fair amount of your like the market price fair amount of your like furniture to Africa if you're a European state.
If the Europeans overseeing the colony wanted, then you probably would.
I mean, yes.
Potentially, but at that point you're talking about like you're probably talking about more like luxury type stuff than
Yeah.
and it's not in like mass amounts.
Yes.
It's a matter of market and demand satisfaction is what I think I'm trying to push at. The
I mean, in this game,
European,
basically,
the colonizer is not going to satisfy the unknown demands of their colony.
I mean,
Not beyond like their direct citizens running it.
I mean, in this game, basically, we have weird slave owners that build a whole economy in Transvaal to make everyone happy because apparently they want to have the happiest slaves or something. Their slaves have luxuries chairs.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It
I mean,
is-
it's nicer than the historical reality, that's for sure. But
Well, you know, no, bulls get angry when you give them like red cloths. Slaves apparently get satisfied if you give them bread chairs.
yeah, I'm not even sure. Can slaves, the slave pops buy stuff like that, or have they just too
They
little
can't
money?
buy it.
They
And then probably
No, they are.
have
If I remember
basically no
correctly,
money.
they are incapable of purchasing things.
Yeah, the stuff for slaves it is listed separately as bought for slaves rather than bought by. Like it's a separate.
then you have a whole
It's
different problem.
kind of. I think it's kind of treated as a pseudo wages thing.
Yeah, but then you have basically a bigger problem because now, if you deflate the wages of the slaves, so most of the people, and get it to all the evil slave owners, then they have a higher consumer demand and buy for their slaves and for themselves.
Yes, I know. You know what? You know what the funniest part is? This is a war to save Siam. Siam sits like in Siam is like,
We're waiting for the
isn't
French.
there a war supposed to be going on? Meanwhile, Western Europe.
Oh no, they're fighting. They're fighting in the Netherlands. They do have troops at the front line.
Yeah, but Siam is like, oops.
Ready?
Yeah,
Who's
it's
ready
like-
to distribute the Why Die for Bangkok?
World War One
Why
was.
Die for Bangkok? Leaflets.
I die for Bangkok. What?
Yeah, Why Die for Bangkok?
Yeah,
No, I die for Bangkok.
No blood for Bangkok.
it's so funny. Our World War One is there's a way like the Western
I
Front is
will
tearing
die
up
for
France,
Bangkok.
North and South Africa, and meanwhile Siam's like,
I mean, in a way, like World War One began over Serbia, and there was like basically no fighting in Serbia. As far like probably some, but, like
I
it
mean,
was
yes.
far from one of the most important fronts.
I mean,
Oh, anarchism is unlocked.
I mean, yes and no. The irony about World War One in Serbia is more like, you know, Austria was like, we're gonna show those Serbs who's boss, and then like they march into Serbia and like, oh shit, Serbia has hand grenades. No, seriously, the Austrians were basically pushed out of Serbia because like, yeah, fucking hand grenades.
Yeah, but the French are willing to give up, I think.
One of the main reasons why the the Axis was able to even let France bleed dry, let them bleed dry. One of the reasons why they were even able to, do a lot in the Balkans was because I think, was it Bulgaria? Joined, and Bulgaria was really good at fighting in the war. Like some of the biggest.
you mean
Begonia?
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Does the abdication event still work?
In which sense?
Like you abdicate and then you get the. So I'm trying to enact parliamentary republic. I've got a revolution for royalists. If I abdicate now, would that help push through parliamentary republic?
I think that depends on if your interest group is in power or not, and I'm not sure which way it needs to be. I haven't abdicated in a while.
Okay, yeah. So currently, I've got the industrialists in power. They're still a non-acceptable government with the intelligentsia, but they're in power. So,
And your monarch is also industrialist. And that's the thing. I don't know if they need to
Yes.
be in government or out of government for this to work.
well, I know that there's options, so
Yeah.
it might be a good idea just to do that. But the concern is, my heir is a petite bourgeoisie ethno-nationalist and a
Oh
child.
no. I mean, that
Now,
explains.
that said, my monarch's not that big of an issue. So maybe
Your
I can
monarch's
get away
issue
with
is
it.
the issue.
Maybe.
You know what? Screw it. It's 1915. I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. What's the worst that could happen?
Let's see. Abdication. Host a private event. I get aristocrats to become loyalists, or I get 1% of pops to become loyalists. I mean,
We should have some
either
more
is a problem, but I guess
It's a shame.
get the aristocrats, I guess. At the very least, this abdication seems to have pushed the. It's pushed the petite bourgeoisie away from the revolution. So I guess that's good.
Okay, apparently Brazil just gave up. I mean, good. I'm on board. Sure.
I am pushing the French back in Africa. This is the Indian Central Africa campaign to save
I
Belgium.
conquered most of the north with 4 horses or something.
I landed in Tripolitania. Don't forget that. That was my fault. I did my part. I mean, that's literally our group. Like, every time one of the major powers gets a little bit too cocky, we're like, I'm doing my part. Kills them.
Japan is purple now.
Ooh.
Good? Question mark. You banned the Byzantium?
Sure. Byzantium of the East.
Set, how much debt have you taken on? Oh my god.
What?
47 million.
Yeah. Apparently,
What about
front,
47
they
million?
want to fix front
Oh, you mean
splitting.
Debt. No, you're in 47 million
Oh,
pounds of debt.
it's half of my debt limit.
France is out, I think. We then only need. Oh yeah, but Bavaria is
Soon.
already out.
Yeah.
Siam is in default. How did you manage to do that, Siam? You
They waited at the shores.
Siam, I'm doing nothing. Siam gets into default.
But they get now French war reparations. So
That is good.
all is well. Fuck fucking Nicaragua. I said no defensive pact. Of course, I don't want an alliance either. It's like,
Yay, you just said no defensive pact.
it's like, fuck you. Where's the Canadian army targeting me? What is Canada against me? Ah, they're helping Peru, Bolivia. Okay. Well, I'm just ignoring them and eat Peru, Bolivia again.
Oh.
That seems fair. Yes, Italy, we trade with each other. Sure. The Netherlands request a greater degree of autonomy. I love that they're still in the game. Ah. 7 weeks. That's fine.
But yeah, we could definitely do the Africa Resist again. I was actually like a little bit interested in that. Okay, because you posted that, Lena, on the Discord with that Sekasa has this absolutely
Yeah.
bonkers fucking journal entry. Like, I just looked over them. What the alternatives would be really good buffs in any other situation. But just 5% more throughput is wowsy. That's a
Yeah.
lot of throughput.
It's good.
It's good.
Yeah, on everything.
It's
on
just
everything.
you're like, okay. That's an offer game. Good. But yeah. Problem I have right now is though, the thing is we have played a lot of 1.8.
Not really, no.
Not really, but we have okay. So we're sitting still on this 1.8 campaign. Problem is, what they said about 1.9 is basically 1.9 is the better 1.8.
Isn't that always the case?
I mean, yes, but okay. Let me
It's
let
like
me
saying
finish.
1.8 is the better 1.7.
I mean, let me finish. It is, first of all,
I mean, it is.
the whole front splitting isn't supposed to happen anymore. They want to fix it now. It's gone then, but they're reworking trade.
Good. I think we just said last week that they need an overhaul on that. Anyway.
Yeah, that is. It's good to hear that that's a focus. God, the Great Qing are really not that great. And they're still great, but that's pathetic. Look.
You know what's funny that I just noticed? The external trade mandate, it increases trade competitiveness, but it does nothing to your convoys. You need transportation infrastructure to get convoys.
Either that or
Like if you want to do a lot of trading, you almost need transportation infrastructure.
or internal trade.
Yeah.
Where is internal? Internal trade is yeah.
Yeah. It's that.
I'm unsure if I want to go for external trade, transportation infrastructure, or food standardization. Because a lot of my industry is geared towards agriculture.
Food standardization
What?
increases standard of living by about 1 if you get to the
Yeah.
highest level. Which is very good.
Let me see how good, efficient this is. You know what? I feel like I don't even want efficient canning practices because I need to consume a lot of grain.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm running out of port locations. Or not. Apparently I've got a lot of places that I can build ports. Just not the pops there.
Well, luckily, that doesn't matter much.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
only have 3 coastal states and I'm maxed out on ports for now.
Okay, what is going on here?
But in
It
7
says
months, I'll
my,
get free trade and I'll have.
It says my C is full again. C hard drive, even though I actually just cleaned it up. So I need to look if I can remove some shit ASAP.
Thank you.
Okay, that's
Hey, Godsoft girl, how are you doing? Sorry, I still haven't done the whole affection and Marvel Rivals. I just A, keep forgetting. B, that's the next problem.
Okay, good. Finally. I was worrying I would lose the war against North Peru because Venezuela was trying to land on them to help me, but badly.
I mean, the biggest problem I have is simply the fact that I just what's it called? The name is too long. I don't know how I can shorten it still. Should I call it Creepy Coven? That would be but a bit weird in terms of meaning.
Didn't I put the didn't I say that
Yeah,
Zep.
yeah, I think Creeping Coven is perfect number. Yeah.
No, it's too long.
What?
12 characters.
No, not the whole Discord name, but
That's
no,
still
isn't
too much.
Creeping Coven?
It's too much.
I swear, I could have sworn that I counted them.
It's 12 characters. It doesn't work.
Also, we wanted a war, Zep, right?
Mm-hmm.
The war time has up. We can
Wall?
a war.
A war.
Oh. Okay. Yes, war. Okay, then I will do that. You are in potential.
Oh, I have pretty much everything except
let me
Russia.
see. Siberia for liberate, and yes, you can potentially join this. So confirm.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's see.
Ruben,
Yeah.
can you maybe help me get a law again?
What do you want?
I need frontier colonization.
Austria is offering me military assistance.
Nice.
War's not even started.
So yeah, I don't know. I still need a name. So if anyone has a good name, tell me. I need name. I need more name. Help. How are you doing though? How was your week? How was everyone's week, by the way?
Oh, where's the option to enforce a law on the...
Nah, tired. It's not good.
It's the subject thing drop down menu that looks like a border. Yeah.
Okay, so I am also going to.
You wanted frontier colonization?
Right.
I can't do that.
Why?
Stop giving me the option. I can give you colonial resettlement, colonial exploitation, but no frontier colonization.
Begonia, go ahead and pick out whatever you want from the war goals.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the Ural.
The liberation one.
No, the
For them?
Conquer.
Oh, conquer.
Yeah, I want to conquer Iran.
You want me?
Like, so so
Let
good.
double check something.
I guess resettlement then.
I don't think. No, you can't. You can't do that because that's part of the Siberia release. It's like just on the edge of that. You could get anything east of that.
Vologda? I guess then. Let me see if I can find it. War goals, conquer state. Oh, that's so much. You know what? I just go with Russian war reps for now.
Okay.
But really doesn't sound that good to be that tired. But I mean, a week can be long, I hope. It just wasn't too bad.
Alright, we can do that now. Then...
I can fuck Canada up. Yeah, boy.
Ukraine sided with them. I know who I'm going after next.
The revolt won't become my subject, so I'm not gonna join in on that. Liberate country.
Oh, that was a bad idea.
That's just the Confederate ones. Oh, and the United ones. Well, conquer them more.
Like, why do I suddenly have 17 possible declared interests? Oh, right, I've actually built a navy.
Yes.
Hold on a sec. I need to kind of sort out the armies for this.
Okay. Who are we attacking now? Oh, you're attacking Russia.
Yes.
And
Yes.
enjoyed splitting up Russia again.
Do you want to join for Bukhara, for example?
Can't.
You can't?
No, not in there. No interest there.
Why not?
I don't know.
Interests aren't on the yellow ones. And I think you have
I have enough. Yeah, wait. I should
The
put some.
center of the play is in Western Siberia.
I can't do
Yeah,
one there.
that's probably- yeah.
Cause...
It's neither coastal nor adjacent to any of our natural. I can go nearly everywhere, but not West Siberia.
I think maybe you need full interest in adjacent territory first.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess.
So you should maybe start there or wherever else you're interested
I'm
in.
doing it. So. Oh, hey, wait. Now I'm seeing you at least, so I don't know if I can join or be invited. I don't think so. Sad.
But this war will probably neuter
Russia.
Russia in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Korea's already big. Woo. Japan is owned by Korea now. Is this the good or is this the bad timeline?
They were owned for a long
Japan
time.
has, by the way, Japan has been owned by me for a long time.
Yeah.
I just haven't reduced their subject level until recently.
Oh
Yeah.
god, Lena, why?
It's the same with me and the Ottomans.
God. I haven't tried the new season of Marvel Rivals yet. God damn it. There's too much out.
But at least South America becomes more piss yellow? I don't know.
More piss yellow, yes. You know what? We should do another community evening again.
Sure.
With because like I know a bunch of people on like Marvel Rivals on Discord, and there's new shit, so why not? Might be a full week ahead, but you can't main Sue. Everyone snipes her. I'm not maining Sue. I was bullied into playing Grandpa.
Old.
Fuck you. I don't know if there's fun new ones, but I mean it's the Fantastic Four, so who knows? But maybe.
There's a socialist revolt in Russia.
The Bolsheviks.
Wait, is she called Mrs. Fantastic? I don't know. I think it was Mr. Fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah. Is she a tank? That's what I want to know right now.
But isn't she a healer, I think? I feel like I saw that. Oh, Invisible Woman, yeah.
No healer. Okay, so because I think should be a tank. Yeah, because I knew she could turn invisible and have shields, so I was like, So I was wondering if that's the case, but yeah, that would definitely make a bit more sense. Oh, Russian Socialist Revolt. Who's leading
We
it?
talked about
We literally talked about that a minute ago.
Wait, the chairman Alexei Romanov?
The Romanovs are pro.
We're in the Red Alert timeline! We're in the Red Alert timeline!
Yeah, the Red Alert timeline. The Romanovs are leading the socialists.
Ukraine sided with Russia.
I mean,
Russia is so small it needs some help from Ukraine.
Wait, hold on.
No,
How
it's-
is Ukraine able to side with Russia on this? They've sided with us
Oh
against
no, they have
Russia.
someone else now. But I made a screenshot. We
They
never
can
saw.
change their minds. I think.
Yeah, I mean, we could try that. So if you like to join that, I can give you a heads up when it happens. Probably sometime next week or so. In general, because like I know a bunch of people like playing that game. It really got big.
By the way, I just remembered. Did you all see the leak? The leak of the Switch price?
Oh, what price is it?
Oh no.
So Switch 2 price was leaked, and it was $399. So $399. So $400 US dollars, 400 euros, 400 pounds. Like
that sounds reasonable, but I would say it might. I would say
It's-
it could
so-
be that it's 350 again.
It's cheaper than PS5 was at launch.
I mean, yes, it's
But
less.
one is the console and the other is the handheld.
Or you could get a
But
Steam
it
Deck.
seems like
Yeah.
so that's the thing. It seems like they're more so competing with the Steam Deck than with the.
I mean,
What's there
the
to
other
compete with?
I think it is. Wait,
The
let
Steam
me
Deck
just-
doesn't have many sales as far as I know.
I don't know. It's
The Steam Deck sold
I don't have
1.62 million units. Yeah. They probably have now 2 or 3 million, but the thing is, the Steam Deck is only in talk because Valve has money behind it. Like,
It's
if
good
we
for
look at
some niche stuff.
it's not bad. Here's the thing. I'm not saying the Steam Deck is a bad, a bad handheld, or doesn't have its fan base or its uses. But like, let's just be real here. If
I know it's not the Switch. I know it's not the Switch competitor, but like
It's not that.
the Switch 2 is a lot more expensive now.
Yes.
I mean, that's probably just a hardware thing because, like, here's the thing. I know people were like, "Oh, how
Oh
strong
no,
is
no,
that?"
the hardware is already 7 years out of date already. It's using Ampere graphics.
I don't know if here's the thing. It wouldn't surprise me if that's true, but I mean that makes the most sense for a handheld anyway. Like, the thing is, the thing is the fact that Nintendo always currently builds their handhelds, especially with the Switch. Their plan is it's off-the-shelf hardware, so I know it's probably the lower one. So when people were like, "Why isn't it competing with the newer console?" It's a handheld that doesn't need that. It's also the only handheld on the fucking market, so who cares? Literally, it's the only one on the market. It's probably gonna be around the PS4 in terms of power, but I would say probably a bit less powerful. Depends. It's like, that's always, this is like, you can only compare it roughly, but not like, where it really sticks there. But it's old hardware because, like, again, if you make current hardware portable, that's really fucking expensive, and a lot of people don't really want to do that. It's part, wouldn't want to shell out that money for it. So that's point one. And part two is just like, yeah, the simple fact is, you look at the fact that the Switch 2 is just an upgrade. I don't think 400 is unreasonable, but I would also say it. Here's the thing:
It's on the higher end.
The one
Yes.
question is, do they want to do the PS4 price? Because that would be the PS4 launch price, and considering they're basically saying it's a PS4 handheld, PS4 equivalent power handheld, that's still one hell of a good
No,
deal.
it's not.
In terms of power, it's equivalent.
I'm highly skeptical.
I don't,
I'm skeptical in terms of its power.
It's gonna be a jump from the Switch, but like, it's again, when I say PS4, it's like the PS4 is, again, it's a base console. It will probably be stronger, but being able to play games on roughly that power level, that is probably what they will want to sell. And the thing is also, I would say the big question is gonna be, does Nintendo want to sell a loss leader? Okay, that is the
course not.
big question now.
Yeah, that's unusual for Nintendo.
Yeah, they usually don't do that. What I could see though is that they might do it this time because it's backwards compatible. Remember when that was the most basic of features? It never was really, no. Actually, backwards compatibility is really recent. Especially Nintendo didn't have it in most of their consoles. They had it on some of their handhelds, but even then it's usually...
Yeah, it was Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and
Wait, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance were all
DSP
able...
version, technically.
And the first DS and DS Lite were able to play... Wait, the first Game Boy games were played up to Advance. The DS was able to... the first DS and DS Lite were able to play Advance games, and then they put it out. Yeah, that's the thing. The PS1 to PS2 had backwards compatibility, but let me tell you, it was rough, because there was a whole thing. And the PS3 wasn't really backwards compatible. The PS3 can play PS2 games. Soft Girl, you know why? Because the launch PS3 models had a whole PS2 in them. That's how it had
That's
backwards
only the
compatibility.
launch models, though.
Yeah, the later ones still had the PS2 in them. Like the fat ones have a PS2 in them. That's how they got backwards compatibility. They don't really run the old games as much as they just are the older console as well. Which is wild if you think about it. This is also simply why the PS4 didn't have it, because the PS1, 2, and 3 had just hideous architectures on like a technological level. You really can't it's really hard to get backwards compatibility on them running. It's just horrible actually. So yeah, Nintendo spotty at best. I mean, yeah, you could say in the handhelds, you could generally say the last one, the generation before that was playable. But again, then with Switch, they just took out the port because, they took out the slot for the S games because you needed a second screen and you didn't have a second screen anymore. Then you had...
the Wii had basically
but the Wii had backwards compatibility just because it was a fucking GameCube.
I know, but we're talking about the feature of playing basically the last
Yeah, the
generation
Wii
on
had
it.
it.
How it's achieved isn't really relevant.
The Wii had it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, the thing is, your argument is so consistent among like their how the design goes that I feel like it defeats itself, because because what you're describing is essentially a consistent console design system.
You need
where they
that to a
consistently
degree, yeah.
design the next console with in ways in which backwards compatibility just happens.
Yeah,
It's not an intentional. Not being an intentional thing that they do. It's just that it happens to be that this is what.
Yeah, that's
works.
probably what you
with-
could say more like that. Like, I'd say at least the handheld division of Nintendo, which was, you know, a different design division than the ones from the... Which is why I would say, by the way, the Switch was 100% not designed by the console division. 100%, because the handheld division of Nintendo had a very consistent, very big consistency, and that at least 1 or 2 generations before that were always playable on the handhelds. So, you know, good on that. That was really good. But when it came to main consoles, it really was more a case of how did they feel like it, because you couldn't play NES games on the SNES, you couldn't play SNES games on the N64, N64 games not even remotely on the GameCube. But then again, because the Wii was basically 2 GameCubes together, they just had to add the ports, and this was like, who cares? Let's just launch basically with a GameCube emulator. So that was that. And then you could play Wii games on the Wii U.
Technically.
Technically, no. Wii games you can play on the Wii U. That's doable. There is a whole Wii emulator, and it does what it needs to do. It's kind of the best way to play Wii games on HDMI 1080p. It's actually it's solid. It's not much, but it's solid. The irony is though, technically it can play GameCube games. They just had it. They would have just needed to add, you know, the ports, which they did, but they just refused to add that functionality in. Yeah, fuck Nintendo on that part, honestly. Imagine actually you could play GameCube games on the Wii U. Would be great. You could maybe do more than 4 black holes.
Okay, who's going to understand that one?
Yeah, sorry, that's for the Smash Bros out there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was a black hole. Wasn't that in Bros? Super Smash Bros.
In Melee.
On the Wii.
In Melee, there was
Maybe-
like...
Oh,
You could...
okay.
No, it's not a black hole, it was like... Black hole was a thing, was kind of a glitch you did, and it crashed the game.
It
And the
could
thing-
crash.
It could crash the game. The thing is, because the Wii was basically stronger, you could do 2.
2 you could there as well, but it had a high likelihood of crashing.
Was Smash Bros, but I couldn't remember exactly how it was in that game. How was it in the game, actually, is the question.
What's the question?
How the black hole works.
How the black hole works. You put 2 opposing foxes with reflector down, mainly in Hyrule, and then you shoot with the Nintendo scope through your allied fox to the enemy fox, and then they reflect it back and forth. Then you put a peach underneath and throw the turnips up, and those in the long run will stay in the same X and Y axis after a while. And then you can put, like with a 4th NES player for example, you can put fire in there and shit, and then you can basically jump in there, get lots of damage and get fucked off the stage, or attack it and get frozen in there until someone saves you.
Yeah, so,
I know what all these words mean separately.
Yeah, I did it alone. It's hard to do 3 controllers at once, but you can do it.
it's...
Oh, Italy succeeded in the power struggle with Austria and became the new leader of the power bloc.
LOL! Yeah, it's now the Unity League.
Also, United Baltic Provinces flag goes hard.
Oh,
They're
I will-
anarchist.
Ooh, they exist. Nice. I like that.
Yeah. That, And Tippy is being very affectionate.
That is one hell of a good...
Oh,
yeah,
kitty.
But yeah, it's interesting, but like it just comes down to, it really just comes down to hardware architecture. Like the Switch 2 just being a straight upgrade is like, yeah, that just makes more sense that it's now, you know, that they have backwards compatibility because they realize, you know, if they launch the Switch 2 with basically, nope, we reset the whole library, you need to buy it all again. Now it's like, listen, it's probably coming out in June or so. I generally stream from my Switch, you know, a bunch of times during the year. This is like kind of a no-brainer upgrade for me because it just, you know, means a bunch of games will run, the old games will run on it. Probably better even. Yeah. For me, it's like...
Well, there's also another interesting conversation surrounding the Switch 2 that I think it's the naming convention.
Yeah,
there was a lot of internal research on whether they should call it the Super Nintendo Switch, I think is what they were looking at
it's
for the name.
Maybe, but
they decided against it, probably because people wouldn't know they wouldn't understand what they were
I
buying.
mean, they've learned from the Wii U.
Yes, exactly. It would probably be a Wii U situation.
Hmm?
Yeah, like, let's just be real here also. They got burned on Wii U too hard to try anything. Like, here's the thing. The Wii U really was like, they had a shift in management, and you know what the funniest part is? I know this will maybe upset some Nintendo fans, but they're just copying Sony at this point. Like, the Switch is just, like, the Switch won.
I mean, it's a good idea. It works.
Well, so Sony already won they won the naming convention there.
I mean, yes, they have PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You won.
Yeah,
They
won that entire thing.
Yeah.
And that's all because Xbox was too shit at naming their consoles.
I mean, they also
First
fucked up
of
in
all
other
that,
ways,
but they copied the Nintendo control, the button names, but badly. And now we have people like that only know the Xbox control scheme and then are confused with the Nintendo control scheme or vice versa. Because Xbox was already promoted as like geometrical stuff. Couldn't you just use geometrical forms or something? Or numbers?
Yeah. Also, let's just not forget, from the Super Nintendo Switch would be like a fun callback, but also a lot of people didn't buy the Super Nintendo because they were legitimately confused what the difference was. It happened already. They know that.
Same with the Wii U. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Let's just be real here. The Switch is the PS Vita 2.0. Everything useless about the Vita was thrown out. Everything good kept. And it became... Basically, it was like, oh yeah, this is a good handheld. And then they came...
Then they came.
and then they went...
I
and
think
were
that's
like,
against
now,
Twitch TOS.
What?
Yeah.
I want to say, and then they went and were like, okay, we need to make a sequel, a successor. What do? We polish things up, we make it a bit bigger, we make it stronger, we add backwards compatibility. We name it the Switch 2. No one will be confused about this thing. I don't know if people will be interested in buying it. That's a different topic, by the way. That's a very different topic, because I feel like I think the Switch came at a moment in time where, a lot of people wanted new handhelds. I don't know if the Switch 2 is now like, oh yeah, they will immediately grab a lot of people, but it will probably be very successful again, because for the most people, we will be like, it's the better Switch. And if you're using your Switch, you're gonna upgrade. Like, it's the same thing when people ask me, oh hey Nia, why did you buy a PS5 at launch? The answer is simple. It's a better PS4. I'm playing on my PS4. I will probably keep playing certain games on the console anyway, because, I can sit on the couch and, play together with Agonia. That's fun. Also, I like owning my games physically. That's also kind of neat to have.
And owning them in the first place.
Yeah, I'm having a problem with. I'm having a problem with that, actually. Because apparently every single supplier in North America decided that no one wanted to buy Dynasty Warriors Origins. And yet every single supplier is sold out and hoping to get more. Trying to get more.
That is very stupid. That is
Yeah.
very stupid, actually.
I
But-
can see where the logic came from. Dynasty Warriors 9 bombed. It was
I mean,
horrible.
for
It
good
sold
reasons,
terrible.
though.
It was not a good game. For very understandable reasons, because it was open world, it was not very optimized. There were tons of returns on day one. I was
Also,
one
they
of
just
those, in
neutered
fact.
a lot of the gameplay. That's also just simply the case. As in,
not
you know,
really.
no, I mean they, you know, characters had individual weapons and now they had generic weapons because they started selling more variants of weapons in DLC and shit. They did that, so
So there were when they did lower the amount of weapons, but the problem was also the cast got so bloated. You had over 70 characters. And I think that they kind of needed a little bit of a reboot in some way,
yeah.
to kind of freshen things up again.
Yeah, nothing
And-
you can really get away with because
Yeah.
every player has like their character pool, and every one of them had their individual weapons, and now they're gone. So
Yeah, it was like it
Yeah.
had just a lot
But-
of problems, but
So,
yeah.
what they're doing with Origins, and what I've seen a ton of people that are, and they're like massively praising this, is the fact that they are, what's it called? Essentially, they're making it so that you only have the one character, and then I think there's about 9 or 10, like, prominent people and characters that you can play as for a few moments in the story. But it focuses on a, your generic nameless protagonist type character. Although they do apparently have a role to play in the story and a position in the world, I guess. I don't know too much because I'm not spoiling myself on things.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the key thing is that they've also reduced the number of weapons that you have in the game to I think it's like 8, but they're all really well done, and it's more than just a set of 5 different combos. And everybody who I've been talking to who are longtime fans of the series and have tried the demo say that essentially this is the best combat has ever been.
That's good to hear. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
So
I
this is
see
a
why they
potential
maybe said that.
resurgence point. Yeah.
Yes. Russia is willing to give up Zeb since a while, actually.
Yep, I know. I just pressed the proposed peace deal.
Yeah.
I accept the
But
proposal.
yeah,
peace deal.
basically, when with physical games, it's like I do that. You know, I will probably also have the PS6 if that comes out sometime. And you know what? At least they are looking to having backwards compatibility now because, like, yeah, it just makes more sense to have like a more just a better architectural basis for that. And again, your console comes out and it already has a library, so yay, you can use it right away, and that's that. So good things for people having a console there. The thing is just
No, Agonia, I don't want that.
That's a bit too late.
There's a very
what type have you done?
I'm attacking Siberia.
Oh. Also, oh shit! What happened here? Oh yeah, Korea is now a democratic republic. Your color got very bland though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you've got damn it. The color's so.
I
so
was
bland.
on my way on eating Russia slowly but surely, but if you release that shit, I'm gonna eat it.
Oh god, Siberia will be Dutch.
I can give you stuff from Siberia after I next, no problem.
Well,
If you give me Irkutsk, Burita, and Cheetah, and then also the one bit that's touching Mongolia, because that's Mongolian territory. It's Mongolian homeland. I will not oppose you.
Let's
it's just
see.
for- it's
so, let me
Not
see.
so valuable states.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them. So Irkutsk. Is
The one next to Tuva and the ones that are kind of like in that little piece that juts into me. Both
yeah,
sides
like
of the
Chita, Buryatia, those three?
and then yeah, those three. So Cheetah, Buryata, and Irkutsk.
Yeah,
Irkutsk.
yeah, yeah.
And then the less important one, but the one that I also want for Mongolia is Altai, which is next to the Qing province.
Next to the Qing province. Altai, there. Yeah, sure, you can have that.
Yeah.
Oh. you're
Okay.
splitting them out.
Those four, and I'm not going to involve myself.
Yeah, you get those. No
Altai.
problem.
Okay.
I only know Altai from one map in Battlefield 4, and it was the worst.
I know it from Pokemon.
That map was shit. Altai range was shit.
Alaska's a hailstorm. Oh no.
Anyway,
Fuck 'em.
but yeah, the Switch 2 will
I
probably
would-
be.
I would-
Huh?
Yes?
I will. Sorry, I was gonna say something, and then Debbie jumped up. I was going to buy to buy a Switch for Christmas, and then I heard about Switch 2 and that it was gonna be backwards compatible. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna wait until that
Yeah.
comes out.
Yeah,
Because it seems
that-
kind of a
if you
waste to
don't have
buy
a-
a whole new Switch now. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have a
If you
Switch-
don't have, oh, by the way, the Switch 2 is coming out in April, if I recall correctly.
No, there's just the
Yeah.
Oh,
They're just
is it-
showing
I
it
don't know
off.
it, yeah.
Then it's
It
not
could
coming.
be that,
Oh,
that Miyamoto just decides we're selling it now, fuck Nintendo, and they'll be confused, but
It could be. It could be, but from what I would say, it's because some said it's probably coming out in June, which would make just more sense.
Mhm.
So yeah, they're just having the big the big direct about it in April. So we will know more about it in April. That's that. Otherwise, yeah, that's just that. It's not coming out in April, so yeah. I mean, it just makes more sense now to wait. Fair enough. It's for me probably yeah. We will see how that ends. But yeah, I will have one. So probably I guess launch stream with probably Mario Kart. There's a new Mario Kart coming. You know what? Fuck it. How about that? Let's have some talk about the new Mario Kart. That's what people like. I like Mario Kart.
haven't seen
According
much.
to people that are looking at that looked at the video, it looks like the Mario Kart game might have up to 24 players.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
it.
saw
It
that,
looked like
24
having more
positions.
people. Yeah, which you know what? We could make a big community Mario Kart evening with whoever has it. So that would be nice.
We had it with the with current Mario Kart, but nobody showed up.
A few showed up. We should maybe try it again though.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing is though. Okay,
Zep, do you want to
Yes.
liberate something out of China? Because I can give you like a free liberate country war goal if.
The either Yunnan or the Uyghurs.
Let me see where the.
You probably don't have an
I
interest in those.
No, not interiors. I don't have that, but I can give you a liberate Yunnan.
Okay, yeah, sure. If you want to join in.
Oh, I can liberate Shibei as well. I think that's in Uyghur.
Oh, never mind. They backed down.
Never mind.
I tried to. I ran out of maneuvers to force the stuff from Mongolia.
Ah well.
Oh well. Well, at least I can build a crap ton of shit in their country now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I now have interests in like all of Asia except the interior, so I can give you free war goals on
The Swedish are discriminating.
on anything coastal if you
nice.
want.
Yeah, my intention is to get the 3 states from Mongolia from China. I also kind of was interested in liberating Tuva. That wasn't like an important thing, but it was just something I was going to do in the process of stuff. And then I literally don't care about the rest of China. I want the 3 state Alxa, Gansu, and Inner Mongolia for Mongolia,
Mhm.
as well as that Siberian state. And then the rest can just kind of be their own thing.
And Tuva, I'm assuming.
Well, yeah. Tuva, I was just gonna have it be its own thing. I mean, I could get
Yeah.
it to Mongolia, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a homeland for Mongolia.
Oh,
Yeah.
huh.
Also, here's the thing about the new Mario Kart that I feel like, and I know people are like, oh, people will like it, probably, but like, I don't think it will sell it as well as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe because of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Like, that's probably the biggest problem that game has. The predecessor is just really fucking good, and it's on the same system. Like,
Depends on how they handle the
here's the thing.
how they handle multiplayer.
Here's the thing. I would probably say, and this is not even the point. The problem is, if I would look at Mario Kart 9, and I see what they're probably going for, which like the last time we played Mario Kart, I speculated about that being one possibility, because you can't really add a lot of outlandish gimmicks to Mario Kart again. Like they already.
One thing. The Philippines. So that subjects
Yeah.
own the Portuguese.
Yeah, I noticed that at the start of the stream.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I did notice that had happened.
That definitely happened. Yeah. No, what I wanted to say is the fact that basically the thing about Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is just the fact that it kind of is everything from every Mario Kart before, and just the biggest amount of content. And they kind of they removed all the problems from 8 and just added a bunch of new stuff. It legitimately is like the best Mario Kart you can have right now. I think there will be another one that is your favorite, but like I think Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is like the second place for everyone, because it's just the best for online multiplayer. It has the most content. It's just kind of, it was a good deal already, and then doing the whole DLC expansion just added way more shit to it, and they rebalanced stuff, and now it's like, it's really, really good. The thing is now can I finish?
Yeah.
Basically,
Go on.
the trailer showed a lot of not things being there. Like, for example, the thing about Mario Kart 8 was they had, how's it called? They basically had the thing with, oh hey, you had the anti-gravity sections. They showed that the gliding and underwater was still in there. Stuff like that, Mario Kart 9 basically shows off nothing of that sort. But the tracks and worlds seem really, really big. So what I think is the point here is that, and this is why I think it's a good sequel, because it will do something quote-unquote new, but it might actually have a problem actually sticking up because it does new. Because A, it has more players than ever. That's part one. Part two, I think the structure of the game is going to be like, tracks like Mount Wario. It's the rally system. There are not going to be loop tracks anymore. They're going to have basically one long line with like checkpoints in the middle. Like
Most racing games.
what?
Like most racing games.
Like not like most racing games. Most racing games have loop tracks also. That you drive rounds on them. This is gonna be just it. That those tracks are probably gonna be one big line with changing environments and parts. It's gonna be. I think that's the thing. I think Mario Kart 9 will be a rally game. And the main features it's going to have is the changing environment and the and probably that's my guess. And probably the fact that it's that the physics and driving is gonna be a little bit more unique. And you know why I say that? Rosalina is riding on a fucking snow bike. Everything was a kart before. This one is like the first thing I ever see in the whole series that has, that doesn't have front wheels. And I feel that is implying something. And here's the thing. that change could be really good. Because, again, you can't really compete with Mario Kart 8 on the classic Mario Kart formula. Hell, it wouldn't even surprise me if they come out and say, hey, we're just adding all the other classic Mario Kart tracks to Mario Kart 8, fuck it. Like, because if you're going out with, this new idea of making, not gimmicks like flying underwater, etc., but like, track quality and, track physics, which, by the way, was kind of a thing they did during that generation, during the PS4 generation as well in some racing games, but still, they also did that in others. But anyway, I think this is a good angle. It would probably make for a very, very interesting arcade racing game, because I've been actually craving that kind of game for a long time. But I can see how it probably will be not the best sale for Mario Kart fans, if you get what I mean. Because, yeah, you're gonna need to tell people, oh hey, the new Mario Kart game doesn't play like the previous Mario Kart games, it doesn't have loops, it's one long track, and you now need to actually know how to drive. And, the different type of tracks you're on have a way bigger impact on what it does than, 8, because, fun fact, 8 had different driving and handling for different road types already. It was just kind of minor, actually. So I feel like this is gonna be the big new feature they're gonna do. They're just going in a completely different direction and resetting on the absurdity? Is that what you can say?
I guess.
Yeah, because, so this is my take. Mario Kart 9 is probably gonna be a rally game. Which makes more sense, it would make sense. It's like... I mean, else you basically would say people, hey, here's a new Mario Kart, it does basically everything Mario Kart 8 does. It just looks a little bit nicer. And at that point, people could rightfully ask, then why the fuck didn't you remaster Mario Kart 8 and add more tracks? Because at that point it would just be a reset. They definitely need to have some new idea for that.
I mean, they could expand tournaments.
They could.
Like how they work the players. I given the fact that they're potentially increasing the racer count to 24, that would lead me to believe that they are going in the direction of multiplayer, of like more multiplayer like infrastructure, I guess, but also like focus.
Maybe.
Yeah. So
The problem is like mostly Nintendo with Mario Kart was always like mostly anti-competitive. All their balancing was around keeping people together. Basically, even if you have a really big skill difference, you probably won't be running people off.
Yeah.
Let's say
I have to add though, that actually
doesn't
changed
really
with
mean
Mario
that
Kart 8 Deluxe.
a bit.
That changed
So
with that game.
I'll the way where I see this is a bit different is that I think that Nintendo also separates themselves from that aspect, where they don't necessarily always go for competitive multiplayer, but they line up a lot with like the couch co-op friend, or the multiplayer between friends, where you see, for example, as not a very good example, but like the group of friends playing a game and they're laughing and joking with each other while they're playing, and it's not like a true like competitive
I get what you
it's
mean.
more of like the casual fun competitive.
But
I
with this,
don't see much of a difference.
it's not that much of a difference, actually.
I do the same thing when I'm playing.
It's the attitude and intention when going in.
It
And
depends
I
very
understand
much
how you wouldn't see the difference going in, because you see game playing and competition
hello?
very differently.
Well,
Hello?
the point
Hello?
is, Hello?
Hello? What happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Like for me, it's basic. I pretty much always give my best with whatever I'm playing, but joking around and stuff
Yeah.
while I'm doing it, that's something I do.
Can I say one thing here though?
Yeah, well,
That's not
I
really.
meant more of like a leisurely competitive than
Can
a.
I say? Can I say one thing here?
Yeah.
It's not really that true. Like, here's the thing. I would say the big difference is more like Nintendo Nintendo had two problems all the time. Basically, they couldn't really update their games or balance patch them for a long time because their internet, basically their whole ecosystem for that sucked. Period. But also, they do, even back during the Wii era, they did want to be seen as as someone who makes competitive games. The problem is more of that their games had, balance problems out of the box, and they couldn't really change a lot about them. So, and then, from that point, people retrospectively attributed to something different, and then, completely ignored, for example, with Smash Bros. Brawl, that, even Sakurai himself said, no, Meta Knight is completely busted. This was not supposed to be the case. Or, commenting on the fact that Melee is the better, was overall just a better game. It is the better game in his mind. Like, the thing is, they do this, similar with, Mario Kart 7 was, they made tournaments for that. They wanted to have Mario Kart Wii was it, to be a big competitive game, until they realized, whoops, that game shipped with a completely busted combo. And we can't do anything about that. The thing is, and you see that because, especially with the Wii U era, where, they were very, I think the thing is also, a lot of devs switched from the Wii U to Switch era, and you actually see that the best with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because the people making Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Mario Kart 8 were vastly different. Basically, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was made by people with the and they specifically said they wanted to make the game, more competitive, more friendly. This is why they, for example, argued they just have one slot for items, because that would make it more tactical and competitive, which was bullshit. It didn't work out. And they could have known that and tested that, and they would have known that, and everyone hated it because it was just not that. Some people still claim to this day it did. I don't know if any people, if these people are just where they are coming from. Sorry. The thing is, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe then was, okay, what didn't work about our approach, and they changed so much about it. And really, looked into, okay, what needs to be changed so that the game is actually, more just being able to play it better online. And that, expanded when they did the DLC, because basically everyone, was playing Waluigi Wiggler, because that was kind of the best combination at the end. And then they changed stuff, and now you have a bunch of combinations you can play online. So they are actually focusing on that, and for a long time now.
I'm not saying that they weren't thinking about the competitive scene. I'm talking about how they marketed and displayed themselves.
Oh, that's the marketing team. The thing is, the design intention behind a lot of those multiplayer games from Nintendo were for over a decade now to be competitive. The sad part is just, Nintendo kind of sucks at that. They had some very bad designers. Or, they just didn't want to, or just put it more bluntly, they didn't give them enough time to actually test that, because, again, their biggest problem was, when the game was out on the Wii, for example, it was out. That's it. And they just didn't catch a lot of problems that you only catch when, your game is running for a long time. So that was more their problem. But, I mean, I can see it, being a bit more competitive online now. I mean, that's not even a remotely... I mean, this is actually like the easiest claim you can do, because Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is already very much focused on online gameplay. Like-
Yes, yes.
So this is just kind of a bit like, yeah, they're doing multiplayer because the Switch was already a multiplayer, an online multiplayer system. So yeah, they're gonna do more online multiplayer now.
So in the end, you're in agreement. You're just not in agreement when it happened.
Yeah, I'd say it happened already way earlier. Also, I think the whole attitude about that they make more, couch co-op things and stuff, I think it's a bit wrong.
That's kind of what they're saying as the design philosophy, though.
They're saying it, but like, I'm not seeing it actually. The
The only thing I'm seeing in that regard are some items, like the blue shell, for example. Everything.
Yeah, and I'm talking mostly in a top-down sense, not from not from the designers, but from Nintendo itself. This is their intention.
Can I say that?
That they want to appeal to.
They want the
co-op
aesthetic.
market.
They want the aesthetic. They're not about that. Because that's the thing, they say that, they claim that, it's their aesthetic, but the moment any designer of them opens their mouth about why they do things, it's literally, it's very standard design shit that they're talking about. It's like, yeah, no, like the whole, the
I'm not
Coach
talking
Pop
about the
thing is-
developers. I'm not talking about the developers.
It's
I'm
marketing.
talking about Nintendo.
yeah,
I'm
it's their
talking about
aesthetic.
Nintendo on a corporate level. They want to show that they're the family friendly, that they're the family friend still.
I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, you know what? No, you know what they want to say, because they're doing the family friendly shit, but they also want to be seen as a toy company, as a very special toy company. That is one of their biggest things. While again, this is just an aesthetic demand, if anything, not really that they That's by the way why I would say that the next Mario Kart game is probably some kind of rally game, because it would make sense to go for that. It would make sense in a multiplayer environment, but also, let's just be real here. The rest is just but it doesn't look like a typical and that's everything. It just doesn't look like a typical.
So I understand where you're coming from with that, but I also don't think that they're going to go rally direction, because if they were, they would have made a rally. They would have made it a rally car spin-off. They would have dived full on into that.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about the rally tracks. They literally called them rally tracks in Mario Kart 7 and 8. Not that it's gonna
then I
be a
don't know
full-on
I
rally
don't
game.
know what that's talking.
It's not. It's more. Again, I think the biggest difference is gonna be like that. It's again the tracks are gonna be one long line with different segments that have different. And again, I think from what it seems like that the ground is probably gonna be a bit more important, because let's just open the trailer up.
Oh, another thing that I'll mention is that this was not a trailer for Mario Kart. It was
Yeah,
a
I mean,
premiere
but-
for the Switch.
I mean, they do.
So we're obviously not seeing all that they've got.
Sure, but can I say one thing? They definitely are showing some things intentionally for marketing the game. They're not showing Mario Kart for nothing there.
Well, yeah, in marketing you don't do things unintentionally.
Yeah,
not
and
normally.
the thing
not
is,
unless there's something weird going
the
on.
moment you're seeing gameplay on that in the preview trailer, it's basically you see that. Wait a second. They're starting there, and immediately you can see that it's pointing off-road from the track. And that's apparently the Mario Brothers circuit, and yeah, it immediately goes off-road, and yeah, listen, the Mario Kart circuit is usually the one that introduces, some of the main mechanics in the titles, like, oh hey, you can, now fly or go underwater, or this one is a looping 8, and you drive on both sides. And literally, the start of the race they show is they start on a street, and then it's just side banners, with some marketing on them, like a like a rally, and they go to a different street. Like it's a pass through onto another street, and then they blast off into the distance. Like I really think they are saying with that, look, this is Mario Kart is now on normal tracks, just a normal infrastructure, and it's weird that they have infrastructure in the Mushroom Kingdom, but anyway. But like, the way they frame it seems like they want to say this isn't a loop anymore. This is, you start on one end and you drive off into the distance, and then
Could be, but it's an educated guess still.
It's an educated guess, but
They could also be doing a loop with variations within the map. So like you loop up. After the first loop, the track changes a little bit.
Yeah,
So
they
you
did that
mean-
already.
Which would also
they did
keep
that
the
already
aes-
with Tour.
It
So
would also keep the aesthetic.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it would. That's
I
literally.
mean, it doesn't
how-
mean that they're not going to do it again. So.
Yes.
For me, this feels more like the rally part, but I can see where you're coming from. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary because, as said, the tour tracks and such and non-tour tracks, like original tracks in the booster pack from 8 Deluxe, they already did that. So that could be the case that this was a testing ground for that, but who knows? I mean,
you know
they
what?
actually-
I'm actually surprised that Ching has not exploded yet.
Yeah, I'm giving my best, but they won't do it.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to do a regime change on them.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean,
Once
also,
my
by the way,
truce is up, I can probably do that.
it wouldn't be unsurprising if the changing tracks would be the new thing, because now that I think about it, they didn't just have that in new tracks, they actually added that to one remake track in the booster pack. So like Peach's Garden from from Mario Kart DS. It was like General Zep. Do you know that track?
No.
Okay, basically they took a track from from Mario Kart DS, remade it, but the big difference is that you drive it twice normal, and then you on the last lap it's guides you that you drive the lap backwards, so you drive the track in reverse and have to actually dodge all the other drivers. So that's actually it's neat. It's pretty neat.
I think I remember a couple of. I remember a couple of the older Need for Speed games had that. It wasn't like an actual you drive the track back. It's like I think Hot Pursuit 2 had a thing where you do a loop at the midway point of the thing, and then you do a reverse of the race. I could be misremembering, but I know that a Need for Speed has done something like that. Could have been either Underground or Most Wanted. But I do remember that kind of thing has happened before.
I mean,
I do know that a regular thing in Hot Pursuit 2 was just that they'd have reverse tracks as not within the same race, but they just had the reverse versions of a lot of tracks.
I mean, makes sense.
You know what? Reverse tracks are actually really, really fucking cool.
They save assets. Save
They're
the
cool,
assets.
but they're
Mhm.
you save assets, but I have heard someone who tried designing them once that they're annoying
hard.
to design
It's hard to do
because
yeah.
you essentially have to design a track for two directions, essentially.
Yeah.
Which, because if you don't, then you're creating a track that's troublesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I only really know one game that actually really pulled that off. And that is one of my favorite racing games, actually, MotorStorm Arctic Edge. Every track was playable in reverse, which was pretty cool actually.
MX vs ATV Off-Road Fury 2, I think, did a good job of that. It's part of why I played that game a crap ton.
Yeah, honestly,
Back in the PlayStation 2 days.
Yeah, I'm honestly I really wish they would do a new MotorStorm game at some point, or just remaster one of the old ones. But because you know what the problem is for me, if Mario Kart 9 actually goes onto the, hey, we either have changing tracks, or we have more of a under a bit of a weird physics based driving again, it's not gonna be as good as MotorStorm. Seriously, and you know what the problem is? I know. Huh?
My problem is that there are two tracks. There are two tracks in racing games that are the most superior that I will never see as being topped. I forget which one of them is called, but it's one of the drag races in Need for Speed Most Wanted. And then the other one is Babylon Garden from Sonic Riders. Babylon Garden is one of the most entertaining and fun tracks that I've ever played on. It's got so much changing architecture in the middle of the race and between each loops, and all of the and also there's also a little bit of it that's the build-up narrative-wise towards that race, but it's mainly the design of the track is just absolutely fun. I've replayed that race so much. It's a difficult race, but it's a fun one.
Yeah. Honestly, I know. God, I remember so many tracks. Honestly, from MotorStorm Arctic Edge. What I kind of like is that they had a very fun thing in it. That's so one thing about the MotorStorm series, by the way, is the fact that they had multiple paths woven into the track layout. So keep that in mind. This isn't just a racing game that you could play, in front, back, and reverse. It had jumps. It had, general problems, but also every part of it had multiple layouts inside of them that you could use. Like, you know what? I'm gonna open the browser and maybe Discord. I'm not getting fucking DDoSed by,
You can just close it before you switch.
I will do that, and I have a different thing open anyway, so haha. Okay. We are opening something else here? No, we want to do this. No, we want to do this. It's this. And let's switch. Perfect. So, I'm not gonna put up other tracks from the other. I could put up some of them later, but here's the thing. This is Angred Glacier. It's one of the high tracks in. So the thing the gimmick they had in quote unquote, in Arctic Edge was basically that, it was in the northern reaches of Alaska and Canada. So they had basically low, medium, and high altitude tracks. So the low ones were in basically it was more like snowy mud regions with logging camps and shit and forests. Then the medium ones were a bit more higher up the mountains and had some mixtures of that, and the high altitude ones were on glaciers and mountain peaks, etc. So that was the whole thing about the track selection, because the game before that had like, we're on an island and we have four tracks on the volcano, 4 tracks on the beach, 4 tracks in the jungle, and 4 tracks on the mountain cliffs, or for earth, wind, water, and fire. But yeah, as you can see here, it's basically a loop. But as you can see, the paths diverge. You have like 2 paths in the middle, then like here 4 interwoven paths that have each multiple undersplit paths, and like that's
Are
a
you able
whole-
to switch between the paths? Like
It depended.
midway?
Yes, you could jump down from them, and sometimes there were some ramps
Okay,
up.
so there's crossing.
There was crossover there, but the biggest difference you need to keep in mind was the fact that MotorStorm wasn't neatly separated. You could drive with you had a motorbike, motorbikes, quad bikes, snowmobiles, buggies, cars, snow plowers, and trucks. So they also had the whole thing that every path had, different.
MX versus ATV did something like that. As well.
It's similar, yeah, but like I kind of
that's
like this
part of
idea
why I like
because,
that.
which is why I would say it wouldn't be a bad angle for a Mario Kart game because it's like they always had a problem with differences in light to heavy vehicles, because the problem was always look, the light vehicles, they were good at drifting. The heavy vehicles were like they had the best top speed, but shit. They had just very shit. How's it called? Acceleration. So you usually just pick some form of medium one where had kind of the best mixture of medium of acceleration versus top speed, because again, when you're racing in an online environment, high acceleration but low top speed isn't going to do you any good, but low acceleration and high top speed is very, very easily lost if just one shell hits you. If they, would add some quote-unquote rally elements in that sense, like they did with MotorStorm, in the sense that, heavy vehicles could run better off-road and in mud, because, if you had a muddy, if you had a muddy road that was a bit, more straight, well, trucks didn't have a problem. You just plowed through that thing with no problem. While motorbikes, yeah, you couldn't really drive with motorbikes through deep mud. They kind of sucked at that. But you could really use, as you can see here, there are like lines going like this. That's a motorbike lane. But, if you can drive with certain other vehicles on it, you could, if you're good enough, you could also use that track. It depended how well you drive. So, neat little system, I would say. Isn't that right? And yeah, they did some fun parts, some fun stuff with that, because, for example, one of the tracks, the Chasm.
Agonia? When are you going to hand over the territory?
I don't own it yet, you know that.
Okay.
You can declare war on them and I can give up, but it's still theirs. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
will.
I know, I'm just wondering if you're keeping track of it.
As soon as the truce is over with them, I will basically demand lower autonomy and then annex them. And then I can give you the territory. Because then I own it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still 3 years. So in 3 years, you can definitely remind me.
Yeah. So from what I know, by the way, this track right here, the Chasm, is, from what I know, also it's a good track, by the way. It's a really fun one to drive. That's actually a reference to Formula 1, because I think the Italian Formula 1 track is also an L shape. From what I remember, it was the Italian one. But like one Formula 1 track has basically the same shape, and they just made it. It was kind of cool. Just I want to point that out. But yeah, so that's. By the way, this is the one I really like the most, because I think they really found a good balance, but also like you have kind of the same thing on the what do we have now? Makran Anarchist Revolt. God damn it, Makran, can't you keep your anarchists under control? I'm doing some imperialism here. Can't threat over every anarchist. Yeah, so...
Anarcho-imperialism, the whole new leftist tendency.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Fair points. So, And here's the thing. Then you have... How should I put it? Should I put it in the best way? Because if you're thinking like, you know, what I showed you with, you know, MotorStorm Arctic Edge, that's already a huge feat to do in a driving game. You know, having multiple tracks, you know, different physics and you know qualities. I think MotorStorm Arctic Edge is one of the best racing games ever made. You should emulate it if it works on the PSP emulator. It is really that good. Maybe I shouldn't do a playthrough of it once. But you know what the biggest problem is? Because I won't do it. The soundtrack is amazing. Like, I don't think there's any game that has a more tailor-made soundtrack for me. Because you know what it has? The fucking Prodigy.
Oh.
Yes. So you're like, you know, you're driving, you have in this, you know, it's a completely chaotic, you know, just balls to the wall racing game, and then it's blasting Omen. And it's also blasting Ace of Spades because it obviously also has Motorhead in it. And it has Pendulum in it. It's that kind of racing game that we are, like, I'm gonna be honest with you here.
Mm-hmm.
I get Argonia saying she wants a new F-Zero GX. I totally get that. F-Zero GX has the same fucking energy. But also we need more balls-to-the-wall physics-based arcadey, you know, off-road rally racing games that blast D&B in your ear. They are dead, and I hate this reality I'm living in. Like, the thing is, the moment my body craves it, the only thing I could do is basically go to my, you know, to my games collection and pick out a MotorStorm game again, because those are the last ones. Everything else is dead. They're just fucking dead. God.
The market is too small. I can't sell my luxury clothes and my porcelain to much more people.
Oh.
I think we need to make other countries and make them conservative and basically make breeding farms.
You can sell them to me.
Oh boy.
I already doing that.
Maybe like
Oh, okay. I need more oil, so
You need more
if
oil.
anybody has oil,
If you
please.
bought from me, my production will go up.
Yeah, same.
Sure.
I'm close to filling up all of the oil of. I'm working on filling up all of the oil from Borneo.
I'm
So if you wanna
researching
import
dynamite
that-
after that pump jack.
Do you have the fully upgraded version?
oil?
Almost.
I have, yeah.
I need
think-
to research it.
I think
Importing
there's
for-
oil
You
in
forget
my.
that I'm way behind on tech. Well, I started out
Oh.
way behind.
So where's your oil, Lena?
Wait. I'm looking through. Like I had oil rigs, but in Oromia they're already fully built. I'm looking to see if I have any area because I haven't researched pump jacks yet, so I can't build them. So I don't know if don't know how to check yet. But yeah, it
If
looks
someone
like my oil
has,
rigs
I
are
think
built.
if someone has rights in your production rights in your country, building rights in your country, then it should allow them
Yeah.
to discover those resources.
Oh yeah. Like I've had like rubber and oil discovered for decades before I was able to actually build
Probably
any
because
myself.
of
So.
me. I have investment rights.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, yeah.
I'm not building actively in your country, but my private construction queue probably builds.
Yeah. Well, not so much recently. Right now, I'm getting some plantations from both you and Ruben's private sector. I haven't had a lot of foreign investment recently. I have been. My private sector has been doing a lot of foreign investment, but
I
If you
think-
can
Okay.
export iron to me, I'll build a bunch of mines.
I just want to point out, by the way, that I think I just got an event that shouldn't trigger.
Ah, the peasants in Null State. Oh, no.
Yeah, you know, it's like that's slavery. You know, the thing I banished like decades ago. I mean, they are in my fucking. They were even in the government.
Yes, slavery's banned.
Yeah, it's like,
Question marks.
I guess who cares? In null state, so probably nothing happens.
Can you unpause?
It's a
that?
glitch then.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, this interesting part is, so the next MotorStorm game actually topped the whole thing with, you know, multiple track layouts and different, you know, different physics per underground and shit, and you know, being able to play it front and back, because you know what they did with Apocalypse? They basically had 3 to 4 variants per track. And with variants, I mean, they basically took the track, slightly changed the layouts and events that happened on the track, and they were like, okay, it's also different times of the day, and most importantly, you know, it played after the previous thing happened. So, you, for example, have the track Boardwalk, but the first one is Peer Pressure, then Waves of Mutilation, and then Sea Spray, and they're very different because, for example, in the second track, it's like, oh yeah, you race over the pier while a fucking tornado rips the whole track apart. MotorStorm Apocalypse was a very normal game.
The Byelorussian people from Russia are migrating to Transvaal because it's so much nicer there.
Nice.
That's something.
Yeah. And they also had stuff like, for example, you know, that, you know, there were, you know, people still in the city, for example, trying to attack the driver. So, you know, you just sometimes have random NPC cars trying to shove you off the road and you have to fight back. And there's a track where just, you know, in the second version, the military is just doing a beach landing. So you're just driving through an active war zone. Again, very normal racing game made with a completely normal premise. It ironically sold very badly. I don't know why. People just apparently overlooked peak racing. But then again, remember that time when we just had racing games that were like, let's blow everything the fuck up? Remember Split Second?
Split Second was fun.
Split Second was one hell of a good fun time. Yeah. And MotorStorm kinda executed their premise better. Once again, I wish I could stream those games. Because, you know, probably everyone, oh, you know, why not? Because the soundtrack. It's the fucking soundtrack. Twitch would be like, we have to mute everything. And I don't know, maybe it's enough soundtracks that at once that, you know, there will
maybe
be.
You could just get away with. Well, so maybe you could just get away with what's it called? Taking the soundtrack, like just playing it and downloading the VOD as soon as possible. Although I don't know if the VOD would be muted. It would probably be muted by the time you do that, but you'd still at least get a stream out of it.
I could, but I mean.
Again, I mean.
I could maybe hope that if I
guess you kind of have to go by the logic. Does everything need to go up? Or you know what you could do? You could, if you want to do on YouTube, you could simultaneously record while you stream. It does take up a little bit more processing power, if I remember correctly, but
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe that's an idea.
The biggest problem I have is simply the fact that I would just simply need to sit back and think about how if I want to do it anyway. But also, it could be, it could simply be And if I upload it, that, how should I say it? There will be a content deadlock on YouTube, so maybe I get a free pass then. If
Yeah.
people remember what a content deadlock is still.
Apparently not.
I think I do.
Yeah. It's basically when you have too many. It was a thing back in the day that if you have too many content infringements at once, YouTube just does nothing.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to mention, of my 3 companies, which one do you think is the most prosperous? The Metal Consortium, the Oriental Development Company, which is running off of, or sorry, not most prosperous, but which has the most buildings. The Oriental Development Company, which is rice farms, millet farms, and wheat farms, or the Electric Company, which is just power plants.
The electric company.
It's the Oriental. It's the rice plantation one.
Yeah.
They have 104. They are not that old, and they have 143 buildings.
Mm-hmm.
They're not quite achieving their prosperity bonus because agriculture problems. But the other 2 are prosperous. So there's that. I just need them to actually build more. And the problem is that my my investment pool does not fill up quite as fast as I could as it can be spent.
Huh.
Build more building sectors.
So
Yes, you know the rule. More building
I would
sectors.
like to.
Yeah. 100%. Just build more. Build more. Build more.
Yeah, but my investment
Build.
pool is also not like I can keep about a third of my construction sectors running with my investment pool, but I also there's not a whole lot I can build anymore. I think because I'm already I think I'm already running into labor stuff. I'm doing well enough. I don't really I just have all this construction in case I need to do a big chunk of building. So I'm fine with having a third of it inactive. At least the pops are employed. They're still as good for the standard of living, I suppose.
Yeah, kind of. But yeah, that's the problem you run into if you do not expand a lot.
I've expanded quite a bit. I just decided to stop.
Yeah, but that was several decades ago. And you're not really in population-rich parts of the world anyway.
More expansion.
I am considering. I have also noticed that Britain now has some more infamy, but nobody else seems to have a lot of infamy.
Oh, that's just because I'm making sure my puppets don't leave
Yeah.
Yeah.
their precious
Yeah,
oil.
yeah. So I was thinking maybe it's time to pump up some infamy. So I'm kind of keeping an eye. I want to try and puppet Egypt, and I think last time I checked, they're still guaranteed by Russia.
Mhm.
I should be able to. Yeah, I'll definitely be able to kick Russia's teeth in.
Mhm.
Maybe carve some stuff out of them as well. But it looks like Egypt now also has a defensive pact with France, and that kind of concerns me.
Yeah,
little bit.
that's true. Because France doesn't.
Isn't Egypt still? Are they
No,
connected to Russia still?
No.
guaranteed independence.
They are.
There?
They've got.
Yeah, guaranteed. Yeah, yeah,
Egypt has a defensive pact with
We said
Russia.
that already.
Yeah. yeah, yeah.
Didn't
Oh,
you listen?
I didn't hear
That's
that.
yeah.
Okay,
Hold on, I
happens.
could. What's Russia? Russia has an alliance with Romania. Defensive pact with fucking everybody. Egypt, Russia. and a bunch of people I don't care about. Russia's
need more
so I
iron.
can't go directly after Russia. We all need more iron, I think.
Well, if I had more oil, I could go to the compression. Is it diesel pump? Yeah. But the problem is, I'm just limited by oil, so it's. There's so much I could upgrade right now in terms of like tech, but oil would
Oil.
become too expensive. So
You learn the American
there's
voice.
just not enough in the game. It's so annoying.
You just need to know where to look.
I mean, to be fair, you start as a superpower. Like, it's very easy to get out of, like, things to build. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't have much things to build. So that's why we're building in other
Ruben,
countries that are set
Ruben,
to private.
I am
Yeah.
shipping you a lot of oil. I'm starting to ship you a lot of oil. Okay. Like the trade route's building up.
How much?
Where is it? It said 1,000.
I've
but
got
it
a
needs to,
minus
like,
12k deficit.
I see.
I need it to be like 5,000. So if you've got another 5,000 there, that would help on top of your 1,000.
Those need to be built, and then I need the tech. You have to remember that I started pretty low on tech.
I know it's so annoying.
But I am catching up.
I could take Rio Grande once my truce with Russia is gone out. I can take over Basra and Baghdad because there's oil there, but it's really badly extracted.
Like, my main problem is that in So Good there aren't people.
My problem is not enough people have good enough tech.
That's why you conquer them. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I wish you could share like tech with your like power block. Stuff
You
like
can
that.
share tech. You can share tech with your subjects.
More.
yeah, that's fair.
I already am sharing
Yeah.
knowledge.
One thing that you could do is if you go even further ahead on tech, it should increase the amount of like background tech that is shared. So there's this tech sharing default, but I think if I recall correctly, there is a part where the tech gets shared based off of where the leader of tech is in the world. It's unclear. I haven't really looked into it too much, so I'm not very well informed on the subject.
Sorry, I'm gonna do a little bit of big war.
You against what?
I am
Persia.
annexing Persia, yes.
That seems like a fine idea.
Yeah,
But
maybe your name will actually be on the map for once. I mean, it kind of is, but
it already is, basically, so yes.
I mean, you can't exactly read it. Not when you're zoomed out.
Yeah.
Not like Korea, where it's not in Korea.
Okay, your name on the map is the paradox cursed curve that we all know and love.
Mm-hmm.
let's see. I kind of hope Russia's going to jump in against you, because then I want to carve Kuban out of them.
Ooh, where's Kuban? Ah, there.
It's on the Black Sea, Yekaterinodar.
I don't think they will, though. Their attitude is they want to stay neutral towards me.
Sad. 'Cause, yeah, Kuban has 2 out of 30 oil rigs, so in case anyone else feels like taking on Prussia.
Why Prussia?
Russia. Everyone
Because
is
they
just
have a-
pronouncing
Yeah,
it
yeah, no,
very
no,
badly.
Prussia. No, I'm not, because Russia has a defensive pact with Prussia. Russia is a pushover, but Prussia isn't. But that's kind of what I mean. Like Russia, you've been carving stuff out of Russia all game. But if you want to attack Russia directly, you have to deal with Prussia as well. That's the problem. Like
That
that's why I'm
definitely is a
not going
problem.
after Russia directly myself.
If I wouldn't
So,
border Prussia,
yeah, no, I
I
mean,
would.
I know there's a mod that adds in synthetic oil. I think there's something like that, even just for very late game, just to offset.
Yeah, converting coal into oil or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would be neat.
Comparatively, yeah. Okay, that's the thing I don't understand. Ah, okay, it's electronics is the problem. Okay.
I'm finally upgrading my frigates to. I think they're going straight to torpedo boats. Yep.
Yeah, if you wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
monitor.
mean, I
and
haven't
torpedo
had
boat-
any need for my navy until now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, monitors and torpedo boats are at about the same level, so you can upgrade frigates into either into either one of those, and that and like Man of War's to ironclads are the only actual direct upgrades you can do.
yeah. Meanwhile, I'm currently working on research for battleships so that I can make a scary navy.
I'm currently maxed out in torpedo boats and ironclads because I only have I have 3 coastal provinces. So.
I need more bureaucracy.
Oh yeah, wow. Maybe you wanna annex Bemba?
Yeah, I thought about it. I can't annex them now. I could do that, but maybe. I also thought
Maybe you could
about
take
maybe just
Kenya as well.
taking. I don't know if I want to. Nah, I'm happy leaving Kenya. Like even the little bit of British Rift Valley because the borders look nicer this way. And I like the like. I could have also colonized Equatoria, but
Yeah.
I just like the way I'm just herniating down
Yeah.
south. I thought it was too funny to change.
Oh god.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what's fun-
I understand.
You know what's really funny?
I could take some Portuguese coast.
The war started and instantly the message popped, Kabul is in default. I'm like, yep, Persia, that's one hell of a good resistance to put up there. You're really having good allies there, Persia.
For some reason the front line doesn't do battles anymore.
Try changing orders and maybe reassigning. Sometimes that the front lines do get a little weird or buggy like that.
So I changed orders back and forth. What do you mean with reassigning? Just to another front and back or something?
So yeah, try reassigning to it. Just get them to leave the front for a second, and send them back. Sometimes it's the generals. I really haven't just essentially turned things off and on again a bunch of times with various stuff. Which is basically the equivalent of wiggle it around. Sometimes it's like it's successful and then it's not successful and then you do the same thing later on and then all of a sudden it's successful. That's my experience with the whole issue. So I don't have a consistent fix for the problem.
Just know if you fiddle around with it, nothing works.
Specifically? Yes. What front is it specifically?
The Amazon uprising.
An uprising. Have you tried naval invading,
Not yet,
Hara?
but I
That might fix things.
You know that sounds like the imperialism, the military imperialism answer to, you have a problem with your military campaign. Have you tried naval invading? Like, have you tried unplugging and plugging it in again? Have you tried?
Thank you for the advice, Minister Churchill.
Yeah, that definitely went very well. Oh, there's a Russian socialist revolt again. President
Oh, nice.
Pyotr
Maybe this one will
Pavlovich.
actually.
Pavlovich. Wasn't that the dog guy?
Well,
Yes, that was the dog guy.
What
I'm
the
not
fuck
too
is going
fond
on
of
in Russia with the
supporting
Russian
I-
revolutions?
I don't think I'll be supporting that.
You know, it's like, what do we have first? We're doing, a Council Republic. Who is saying that? I'm, I could have been Tsar, but I just went, okay, what? And then the next time we should do a revolution. And what is your expertise? I make dogs,
yes.
what's it called? I made dogs salivate. And he's like, oh, okay.
How did you make dogs
this would
salivate?
be more like his son, because Pavlovich. Which it's kind of weird, like because Pavlovich is a patronymic.
Sure.
That's like the middle part of the name, not the family name.
Ah.
Oh, they have a different president, Roman Skobelev.
whoever the fuck that is.
With a magnificent beard. Well, whoever he is, he has a magnificent beard. Also, he's an Orthodox Church traditionalist.
What is going on?
In charge of the Socialist Revolt.
Wait, what is going on right now? A lot of shit is going on right now, and I'm overwhelmed with.
Aww. How sad.
Okay, I have an independence thing. Anyone want to join and help me?
No.
Ragnar is not an indirect subject of Great Britain.
The weird shit again. Okay.
I can.
Do you need help?
I don't have enough diploma influence to. Let me.
It's the one from the Assamese uprising, right?
It's No, the
Offer
Assamese
military
uprising
assistance. There you go.
is something different. Don't care about. Don't look at that. Those are irrelevant.
Okay.
It's in Bombay. It's Bhavnagar.
Just. Which flag is it?
It's basically the Indonesian flag.
Ah, there. 289 people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
And
I
they
do
have
not
France on their side.
What?
That explains it.
By the way,
Oh, do you
By the way,
want
speaking of-
beef?
speaking of flags that look like other nations, a bit like other nations' flags, look at the minor power in, well, the insignificant power in India that's furthest east. It's Mayu Rabanji
So
or whatever.
Okay.
India's getting attacked by France. So
Yeah.
So we're on the same page.
Yeah. Do you want to join and beat the shit out of them?
I think we might still have a truce.
Which war is it? Wait, can I even get involved in this?
I mean, apparently, I could.
Is France directly attacking you?
No, they're doing it through a diplomatic play.
Which one?
It's the Bhavnagar. It's,
I can't join that one yet, but I could. I am involved in that play. So.
Oh yeah, we still need to wait. By the way, I can't actually get people
Yes.
to you. So, okay. Let's do this one first then.
So overwhelmed you forgot that.
Yeah, it was just a lot at once, so I was like, what is going on right now?
I ordered food. You want to know what my DoorDasher's name is?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. That was funny.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not laughing at the name. I'm laughing
At the concept of
like,
what it
that's their
implies.
Yes.
I mean,
at-
Jesus
At
fed
the
you.
idea that either someone named them. Yeah, exactly. And Jesus knows exactly what to bring me. It's burrito.
It's always the burrito.
Superior.
Lord,
the most
bring me a
superior
burrito
Yeah.
in my time of need.
Yeah, like I bet he gets these jokes far too much, but
That's
like,
that's why you're not.
thank you, Jesus, for this food.
That's why you're not telling him. You're just telling other people.
Oh, food's here.
Yeah.
Say-
Might want to
yeah, for a
pause
second.
while so I
Okay.
can look at stuff.
Yeah. And let's pause.
I already did.
I'm not allowed to join.
Why?
Yeah, I didn't have an active interest in Bombay.
Yeah,
I just
same
reactivated
as
my
me.
interest.
Didn't have that.
It is just like
I'm sorry.
I guess Korea has to jump in then.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm thinking I'm thinking for my offer. How does Transfer Bombay sound?
No.
I tried.
Maybe.
Pondicherry.
Let's see.
France still has Pondicherry in India.
Yeah, I will probably grab that one for myself if I
Yeah.
can.
Also, Denmark still has a tiny little shitty port that doesn't even have any buildings in it. Like if you zoom in on the map, it's just an empty patch of coastline.
I'm trying to think of one state or like thing that France has that I could use.
Why does Canada have beef with you?
Because I'm trying to do a two-step process where I get a treaty port so I can puppet them, because I can't puppet them unless I have an interest in the Great Plains.
Ah,
So yeah, that's me attacking Canada.
I guess that makes sense.
Anyways, yeah.
Could you, if you can't find anything else that you want directly, could you get a war goal for France to cancel their defensive pact with Egypt, or is that not possible?
That's not a thing that they can do. But since France is busy with us, I don't know if maybe that would be a moment. Wait, does?
Let's see.
I would join for the Formosa Treaty Port.
Which one is that?
It's not.
Oh yeah,
Taiwan.
there.
Yeah. I mean,
sure.
there's not much I want from France.
Sure. Then
Yeah,
if you
minus
send it to
140.
me that you want that. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, France does not want to support Egypt right now.
But like I was saying, that easternmost subject in you on mainland India, Arya Banji,
Yeah.
looks like the Ukrainian flag.
I don't know which one you mean. And like.
Oh, it's the reverse of the Ukrainian flag.
Okay.
With a duck on it.
It's next to West Bengal.
With a duck on it. With a duck on it. Great. I then probably can maybe focus some troops onto, actually getting fucking Persia.
You want your troops fucking Persia.
I want to get them.
I think that's what Rome does.
Also, Alexander the Great.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they did that.
They don't call him great for no reason.
The great fucker?
Yeah.
He fucked a lot of Persians.
That
Yeah, he did.
might be the case in several meanings of the word, yes.
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 Okay,
Why do you think he's so great?
Because
if you
he made it without STDs.
I don't know
Oh,
if you can.
That would be-
if you can send a few troops to the future, like I have like 2 small fronts that I could just close up with a few troops. I think the Kashmir Arakan front and the Delhi Arakan front. Then that would just help out a lot if I can just close all the small ones very fast.
Give me like a bit of time because that requires me building an entirely new army.
Okay, that's.
It's not like it's something I can't do. It just takes a minute.
Okay, so. Okay.
Dumpster?
Um.
Yeah, because I need 2 armies in order to defend against the U.S. and Canada's naval invasion.
Okay.
All right, I'm all set whenever you are.
Interestingly, I can't get Pondicherry from the French. Weirdly enough.
It's a treaty. It should be under treaty ports.
Where is that? Take treaty port. Yeah. Yep, then let's do this.
Just that. Oh, and yeah, the Russian Socialist Revolt is has the province that I wanted to take.
Mm-hmm.
Did you already start the war goal?
With Egypt,
War?
yeah, but like no, yeah, it's just Protectorate Egypt. Okay, let's do war up Egypt. Let's adjust. I'll put you directly. Thank you. Primary.
Wait a second. Where are you going?
God damn it!
Hmm?
The fucking landing bug.
Hmm?
The naval invasion bug.
Which one of those?
The one where if you naval invade 2 separate regions in the same strategic region,
Mm-hmm.
you can just ignore the defenses. Yeah.
Yeah, but more specifically, like sometimes they take too many armies. Like originally it was fixed, but we still have a version of it there. No, feminist revolt.
Interesting.
Relatively rare.
The feminists are revolting.
Mm-hmm. They are revolting revolutionary.
What?
Oh, it was Russia.
Infamy is just a number. Do I have any-
Hold on, let me see if there's any part of Russia I want.
Okay, how is the French army able to travel to parts of the country where they're just... what is going on here?
What?
They're just allowed to travel through my country.
Yes.
No! That should not be the case!
There's
Listen.
probably splits.
No, there's no connection to those up
probably
here.
looks like they're traveling.
No,
Well,
they...
it probably looks
Zep-
like they're doing.
Zep-
that
He's
they're
talking about
using
something
the,
different, yeah.
Structure of shared states.
Yes. But
Shared states and front lines and occupied territory.
First of all...
They probably found a way to base themselves in a strategic region, and then from being based in that strategic region, they can move to front lines that they normally wouldn't have moved. The player can do this too.
First of all, again, those are isolated. Second of all, the strategic region is not the one where they are. They just have, like, something here. No, they can't.
If Frontline has ever touched that strategic region, then or an ally is in that strategic region. As long as they can base with themselves within an adjacent one, they can wiggle their way in.
Zep, it's completely isolated.
I can't see, so
Look onto the stream.
I can't say it. Okay, where are they getting into?
Here,
don't
the
forget the
French-
stream delay.
this right here is completely surrounded by myself. For some reason, 15 French people are here. This one right here, also. How do they get there?
There is a looks like there's a bordering, probably with regards to split states, a bordering front line that is next to it, or connected to it.
That-
Well, nearly connected to it. So
And still, like,
likely
again, how would they get
likely a-
inland?
army. This is the game design issue, not a Sorry, this is a bug issue, not a mechanic issue, rather than a design issue. It's not intended behavior.
I mean, I guess, but this also feels like, if that keeps up, we just need to kick them out because that's just bullshit that this happens. Like,
Yeah, it is bullshit that it happened. There's not much that can be done about it just yet. I need to get rid of the enemy that's invading me before I can head over to you. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I mean, it's also stupid that Britain can't just help. Which is
Yeah, that's a whole nother. I guess it's a bug.
Yeah.
It should be a bug.
it doesn't feel like it should be just work like that.
It's probably a bug.
Also, fun fact, they are now helping on fronts they shouldn't. Because look, they're at the front between me and Persia, a war they're not in. They're actually not in. So what the fuck is going on with that? Oh yeah, they just spawn. They basically just put 124 people inside of my country.
That's okay. Something went weird there because that war is part of the Bhavnagar war, but the defending army is Persia and you, so that's a weird interaction. Like you're at war.
Yeah.
Because
You're
they're
still at war with
They
Persia,
want
but
to hit me now.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's a bug.
Yeah, they're still the subject. That's basically a
Yeah.
weird interaction. But yes.
Yeah, I feel like France just breaks the whole game right now.
Well, then let's cough up friends.
But what are we going to do about this situation right now?
You can make France capitulate.
There's nothing. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but, like,
I mean, that's like really not much else you can do
Yeah.
at this point.
because so I'm gonna put on the browser again, and by the way, because it is the year of the snack, and I know Lena likes her snack bird waifu. So let's fix this, so you can look at cute girls while we fix this shit. God,
There's been a lot of art of her in the New Year's Yucatan. It's also very pretty.
It doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't surprise me. All right, now we have a normal rebellion we can actually deal with. Okay. So yeah. She has a good design though, yeah. I can totally agree with that. Then let's continue this war. Wait, why did Karnataka go to Denmark now?
That was always Danish.
But now they're owned by Okay, so I just got removed another part.
Denmark has always been Canada subject for a long time.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh. Huh.
Okay. Weird. Anyway. Yeah. So France now that the fronts aren't fucked, I can continue conquering Persia. Now it's a normal war again, just with too many fronts.
Great. I'm probably gonna end up losing this war because of the fucking bug.
Which bug?
The naval invade bug.
The bug where they can naval invade me without resistance.
Should we then fix that as well? Because it's kind of bullshit that it happens.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I'm just kind of like.
I know.
I at least want them off my territory. But I don't think that there's a simple way to do that.
No, because she can give the move order or the... What you could do technically is just tell them to demobilize their armies. That would work without them giving up.
Yeah, I think that would be more fair.
Yeah?
Okay, let me just do one thing.
Yes.
Because weirdly enough...
Just kind of...
That didn't... I just have to do it like that. Anyway, so, okay, then I guess it is a back... Oh.
That said, I had to do conscripts, and because of that, my main army, which wasn't supposed to raise conscripts, is raising conscripts. Which means that the naval invasion's not going to work.
Thank you, Ruben. Wasn't necessary, but apparently you have lots of money.
Oh, I've still got 80 million left.
Okay, so we want Canada, I guess.
We need to spend it on something, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
There's literally nothing more I can do.
So... Demobilize. Demobilize.
It's also the U.S. there as well, but I could
Yeah.
maybe move out of... No, I don't think I could.
Should I just end the war then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's end the
it's like it's a bit stupid that that this bug, because that's the problem when you have a bug and you're like, I mean, it's hopefully fixed next time, so
Hopefully.
yeah, so more people can watch. Yeah, there's always the thing with multiplayer stuff. It breaks.
Unless the game is already done in development and stuff.
Anyway, yeah. And hopefully, and now we can probably continue.
The nice thing about having been hyper legitimate is that it's easy to support your subjects.
So United Baltic Provinces has a new flag, which still goes hard, and they also have a socialist revolt, which is a monarchy, but still an anarchy. So we have literal anarcho-monarchism.
Oh no.
Wow, anarcho-monarchists. I
The
don't know.
Baltics. The
You know
Baltics.
what? The anarcho-monarchism is like one of those things where I'm like, how would you make this work? On,
I would think maybe a figurehead.
I guess.
I think from what
Everyone gets.
from what I understand is like the idea is that there isn't like you pick one king who is like ordained by divine right, and then everybody else just kind of does whatever the fuck they want.
I mean, I
It is
guess,
the most-
yeah.
Brainless ideology.
I mean, if we take the anarchist part seriously, I would presume that everybody gets to be king, like in a rotational basis.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what?
No,
Here's the thing.
from what I understand, they actually still believe in divine right.
Okay.
That's the thing. Like it's
mean-
it's the like it is an ideology that you just cannot take seriously.
It probably
It is
is
a
a
total meme.
shitpost ideology, but
So like anarcho-capitalism, basically. It's also an ideology you can't take seriously.
I mean, but they're, you know, okay, the anarcho-capitalists are
There's
like,
feudalism, but
they are more coherent to a degree, but they're just stupid.
They're more coherent, yes, but they were also like specifically invented to delegitimize anarchism back then.
Yeah, that's also...
That's the problem if you record the brainstorming session.
Yeah, they did that. So, like, yeah, if you ever heard about anarcho-capitalism as being a serious thing, no. They literally recorded their session being like, oh, if we do that, we could slide them. And it's like, boy howdy. I wonder if there was another movement that also used a socialist naming to make people pretend that there are socialists in any shape or form and then just slip through like, yeah, we're just doing that to sully the name. Would be weird if that happened, you know.
Yeah, totally not common at all. It doesn't happen. Never. No.
No. I mean, we have to deal with that fall
No.
to this day, sadly. I mean, honestly, I have to say it like that. The whole grift naming a party National Socialists really worked out, even though Goebbels himself was like, we're just bullshitting people, what are you thinking? We're capitalists. He literally said that. He literally called people stupid as fuck for believing that.
I mean,
Yeah.
Ironically, I have to agree with Goebbels.
I mean, he was right.
Yeah.
It's unusual to say, Goebbels was right, but in the context of people are too stupid to look through the most,
The paper thin
the,
veil.
the most paper thin veil of anything. Yeah.
It's
Goebbels
because
was right.
people have a
Yellerco
tendency
2025.
It's because people have a tendency to go for the thing, for things that they don't understand. They tend to go for the explanation that they find most convenient or most
Yeah, to a degree they do that.
reasonable to them. It's just how we're hardwired.
Yeah, that's fair. but that's the reason why whenever you do it, you should take a breath and think, is that fine? Is it okay? Or should I maybe
don't.
reconsider? Like, in some things it doesn't matter. Like, in totally benign, stupid things, there it's fine. Doesn't matter if you're wrong about them, but in general, it's preferential to be right about things you believe.
Oh, everyone ganging up on like the one small country still left here. Meanwhile, I'm naval invading.
Oh, Russia?
No, I mean in India. In India. And then it's time to kill. Then it's time to go and kick Persia. I mean, here's the thing. Okay, can I say one thing?
You can say many things.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if you know, the thing with anarcho-monarchism is, it would only really work in a setting where, you know, let's just put like this magic is real. And let's put it like this, you know, there was actually something, you know, like physically handed over, but like even then it would, as you said, just be a representative role that you have like this one family that you just kind of have to keep around in some special position to care about, because like you're like, oh yeah, the state has to be run, you know, by the people, for the people, but also, you know, they're the ones being able to wield, you know, artifacts that, you know, protect us from evil shit, so... You know, in that part, it would be actually an interesting, you know, thought experiment to write like, okay, how would that look like if you have to keep a bloodline around, but you're socialists, you're anarchists? How would you actually, you know, do that? How would you?
You turn. So so the way that I would try and figure this out is essentially you turn the bloodline into a priesthood of sorts.
I mean, that would probably
so
be
instead of a royal, they'd become unfortunately a servile, and this would also defeat anarchism. They'd become a servile bloodline. Servile
I mean,
priesthood.
Yeah, that's just the kind of the problem of, you know, like, do you have a choice? Not really.
Unfortunately, anarchy is not really like, unless it's purely organic in its formation, it's not going to work ever. Because you need specialization in order to maintain modern society. Not even just like society, but like,
you know that anarchy doesn't prevent specialization, right?
Labor specialization.
Yeah, it doesn't do that.
I'm not saying it doesn't prevent it. It's the matter of fulfilling roles.
That's
what?
Still not that.
That's a weird thing to say, because like that's not the point.
I'm not explaining myself properly, but the idea is essentially that not all position, like jobs and roles
are you doing the whole thing with
equal?
No, okay, you know, okay,
right.
Okay, here's the thing.
Point of anarchism.
Zep, by the way,
I'm talking about in regards to the
you need hierarchies.
Necessary investment in I'm talking about the necessary investment in like with regards to like training for a job.
And how would anarchism prevent that?
Okay, can I say?
No,
I need to.
I'm not saying that anarchism prevents it. I'm saying that the way that people tend to be.
No, that's not the thing. Here's the thing. What you're talking? Shut up, both of you! No, you're talking. You're both missing words. You're both missing crucial words right now. Oh, God.
Stop it. It's a fine conversation right now. I still don't know what that has to do with anarchism in the first place.
God damn it! Let me just talk to you, because
it's more. I mentioned it. It's the way that like people behave.
No, that's not the okay.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that the human behavior and tendencies are there.
You mean mutual cooperation isn't a human tendency?
On the scale needed to. We're too
That's
tribal on too small of a level.
By the way,
we're already kind of doing that even without anarchism. So
we have to. By the way, like
Yes.
there's a lot of things that just run on mutual cooperation. Like Wikipedia wouldn't have happened otherwise. By the way, that's part one. Part two, I want to point out is it's not really how should I say it in the best way? It's just kind of the thing is. The whole point about hierarchies being needed in some parts, which is true, by the way. That's nothing anyone will argue against you, because that's, by the way, an old thing. They have, like, for over 100 years, they already have talked about that, because it makes sense. Like, for example, let's just say normal things like, a firefighter brigade needs organization, okay? A hospital needs, to a degree, top-down organization. There are just some parts in society, and you're right, especially in modern society, that just need top-down organization.
yeah,
because simple enough.
Anarchism is basically just the abolition of unnecessary hierarchies.
Yeah, because here's the thing: the big difference is not, saying, "Hey, do we need a hierarchy in, for example, running a boat?" Right?
Somebody needs to be captain.
Somebody needs to be captain and calling the shots. Someone, there's a structure for reasons. The difference is only sitting there and being like, okay, asking a question, how do you become captain? And here we loop to an interesting point, because a lot of captains nowadays get to be captain because of, usually, they just get hired by people who usually, don't know anything about being captain, or, just personal relations. See, for example, the Costa Concordia. That turned out really well, putting someone in the captain position.
Also, just by having a bigger stick,
Yeah, that's a thing.
massive stick.
The thing is just, if for example, the crew would at least to have a say on who they want to be captain, that would make it much more democratic, and also, and crucially, would simply would also help with how do you run a ship more more fair and such, because we had this. Pirates literally worked like that. If you fucked up as a pirate captain, they just exchanged you for someone else. That's the thing. They did that. You did pirating wrong?
Is that perfect? Probably not, because also democracies kind of failed. You can be democratically stupid. It's, in my opinion, at least better than not democratic.
There's a whole thing about how do you implement the principles of something, because a lot of things are just also hey, we simply don't know. Like, for example, saying, oh, would this work on a big scale in terms of human nature? The answer is we don't know. The best attempts at anarchism we had was, the Spanish Revolution, and it was one branch of anarchism, and they got crushed by the fascists because no one supported them, which made them, eternally bitter because, well...
Yeah, because nobody supported them.
Yeah.
Not only that, they were like, hey, we're doing a
but why
revolution.
would people support them? Why do you think people didn't support them?
I know, no, the thing is even more worse, because everyone was like, hey, we're also doing our revolution in Spain, and basically the Soviet Union was, cool! And then they were like, are you gonna help us? They had, no, we're gonna help the fascists. And so they were, yeah, they did that, by the way. Because Stalin really disliked the idea of anarchists winning. So...
Yeah, if they didn't bend the knee to Moscow, that they were they were Stalin's enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
And-
well, like to pick a complaint up from previous streams as well. I had a war goal for make Russia a protectorate. Then they raised conscripts and now they're a major power again, and the war goal disappeared. But I still have 144 infamy.
Honestly, this is probably one of those, like, I know that they want to just fix the front lines problems and such. I get that totally, but also, goddammit, like, seriously, do something about this goddamn conscript raising, because, like, it shouldn't cancel those war goals. It just shouldn't. It should not do that.
But
Yeah.
Lena, I get your pain on that.
Yeah.
It's It's why I
The
just
same
don't
thing
bother.
happened to you. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like
The only time that
I
I
saw
think
an
that
opportunity and I tried
that
to take it.
it can reasonably, yeah, the only times that I think it can ever really reasonably be achieved is with Japan, and that's
Yeah.
just because it's possible to conquer Japan before they get enough. Sometimes it's possible to conquer Japan before they get enough conscripts up to raise their.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Russia is on peasant levies, so they and national guards, so they are predispositioned to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, like that should really not raise your infamy. Yeah, the big problem we just have is we don't know about a lot of stuff, and also like anarchists acknowledge that. Like the thing is, right now anarchism is a lot about principle.
Yeah.
Because like the thing is,
Yeah.
it just I think this is just a tired old thing. It's about removing unjustified hierarchies, making things more democratic, let people have a say, which in a lot of small cases would just improve massively. Like a good example is
France is attacking Siam again. France is attacking Siam again.
Oh,
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? But so that's why I prefaced what I was saying is that I always mentioned that this is my opinion on where I think human psychology and society is, like human behavior in general. I don't think it's conducive to that naturally.
Nah, I mean the thing is
is
our
it
current
possible?
society.
Theoretically,
Let me put it like this.
Personally, I would say I agree with you, Sepp. I don't think, generally at least now,
based off
people-
the fact that
yeah.
we're hardwired for that we have a hard cap on the number of social relationships that we can maintain actively.
I think it's about 150,
Not from, like,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
about that. We would need to have the ability to have relationships on a larger scale, I think, as individuals, in order to
Either that or go
engage
back
with
to
people.
hunter-gatherers.
I mean, it doesn't really need
Nah,
to be
that's-
that. Like,
you don't need to know. You don't need to like personally be friends with everybody around you. You just like. It's you don't need to be friends with someone to work together with them.
yeah,
Or
I
you
mean,
don't need to
that's-
be friends with.
You don't even
someone
need
else.
to know
Like,
them.
So I see what you're saying with that, but
Yeah.
I think that there's too much friction in our tribal behaviors
not really.
that
Like
can happen between tribes.
let me put it like this.
Yeah,
First
or
of all,
the-
the whole
yeah.
tribal idea is has been disproven by psychology like for decades now. It's bullshit. This is a myth that
I'm
stays.
using tribal very
As in
very
groups,
loosely
cultural
here.
differences, yes, but even then, has been like, it has been disproven that friction only usually arises when there is when it's stoked, and also like again, we are cooperating a lot
That
of
wasn't what I was
times.
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but how easy is it to stoke, though, to be honest?
I mean, it can be easy, but also the thing is, and this is a key part here, our current system is encouraging working against each other. So, like, the big problems, we just don't know the other option. We know that, some things happen, but, like, this also happened because, for example, when the internet was new, there was just not a lot of incentive to make money off of it. And this is why, for example, Wikipedia is now Wikipedia, because it was literally something that just happened because people went together and were like, we want to build this. Period.
With
Gone are the
Wikipedia,
days.
I think
Gone are
that
the days
there's
where
a-
you can do anything on Zombocom.
With
Basically, yeah.
Wikipedia, I agree with you on most of that, but I do believe that there's a certain level of altruism that's keeping it. And what's the word?
Here's the thing.
Philanthropy. That's
I mean, that's the thing.
alive.
We don't know. That's probably the biggest part about this. We don't know. Again, right now, again, in the current system we live in, we know that there is definitely a cap to that because, like, every part of society is kind of laid out that that you're kind of encouraged to work against each other. So, helping other people out will always only go to a certain degree. Like, for example, if I, for example, said, oh shit, I'm in a, really bad spot right now. Let's say, for example, monetarily. That's probably the most obvious thing. I would figure out that probably, everyone here would probably be like, oh shit, we can help you out for like a short period of time. That's like a thing, But a constant flow of income from someone. That's just like everyone would look at this and be like, do I want to just fork over part of my money without getting anything really in return over a longer period of time? That's where it just stops, because again, money is just like the key to everything in this world. On the spot, momentarily, sure, I can see it, but like the thing of actually, contributing to a longer amount of time without a lot of, without anything really getting out of it, that is getting increasingly rare, because again, a lot of the whole system is telling you, don't do that.
Well, most people also don't have the amount of money.
That's also
But
the next
That's
case.
kind of the nature of money and the economic system we live in.
Well, money is just a representation for markets.
No.
In a way.
Not really.
Like,
It's
provide
money is a
value.
bit more. Money is more. It's not just that. It is a lot more. Like, you can't really say it is just that, because like to a degree. Okay, let me just put it like this. Yes, money is to a degree a trade resource. It is that to a degree. But also it is also power. Power that you can accumulate, power that you can inherit, power that is, right now, for example, being used by really, really shitty people to literally shape the political world. Like, I don't think we need to argue on that point that, Elon Musk is using his fucking money to fuck over everyone.
Plus, we know, at least on a big scale, lots of companies do contracts without money.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, just like I give you that, you give me that. So I don't think, at least as an individual, that we would have a problem economically if we removed money.
Yeah, like, I mean,
I'm
no,
not so sure
let me
about
put it like this.
that.
this is a question where we can talk about.
So what would be the problem, Ruben?
Well, it's the ease of. Well, are you talking about would society completely collapse and we'd all go back to the Stone Age?
Never said that.
No.
No,
Whoever
But
said that?
would
Who said there was something
but
about
would
Stone
there
Age,
be
Ruben?
a significant impact?
Who said
no,
some-
what I'm
who
trying
would
to say.
said that?
Would there be a significant impact in terms of output and ease of trade?
not really.
Yes.
Not really, no.
I mean, here's the thing. The big part that we're talking about is that most trade between countries, for example, is already not really it's already not happening with money really. Like, you make, yes, you
I mean,
make
you
deals
still,
and
if you're a country, on a country level, you still need your resources you need,
sure, yeah,
and you
but-
still need to give them something in return. That's true.
I think you're wrong there.
okay, you know what? Let's just.
Yeah, but I want an argument, not just I think
Oh, we
you're
could
wrong.
just leave it.
I mean, here's the
I
thing.
think you're wrong there.
The thing is,
So-
first of all, can I
Let him
put,
talk.
yeah, I wanted to get to a point
Yeah,
here.
you always want to get to a point.
Okay.
Let room talk.
Well, okay. Think about how many. What's it? You know how countries often have to buy other currencies,
Yes.
right?
Now, yeah.
And you got this. Yeah. So there are. So what's it? Yeah. So the significance of currency reserves and the amount of other different currencies that.
How are they
I'm
necessary?
not good at arguing on the spot. What I'm trying to say is that it's a significant, it significantly eases trade. Yes, you can go back to bartering, and directly trading. Actually, funnily enough, I do think Russia's actually done certain trade deals with other countries or trade agreements where they've traded literal resources for other specific components or items. That does happen.
It happens a
But-
bunch, actually.
Money is a much more just easier and simple, and it has a distinct value and has
It's
a
made-up
backing
value.
behind that value.
I mean, even
Of-
then.
Yes,
not
everything has a
really.
made-up value.
Yes.
And you can also assign a standardized value to the money, which
Yeah,
makes
that's
easier
it.
to
Yeah.
transact
And also,
with.
you then have central banks which can then regulate the value of that money through interest rates as well.
Can I say here
And
one
it's
thing
mostly
though?
the rich and powerful countries who control those banks.
Okay, can I say one thing? I want
Well,
to point
no.
I want to actually
Ev-
insert here because I think we're kind of missing a big of a point here. Here's the thing.
Yeah, probably. I'm tired.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I just want to point out. Like,
I don't think you're completely
Money-
wrong, but I don't know.
okay, here's the thing. The thing is, again, we don't really know how it will play out because, by the way, like we've been grown up, just thinking in that terms. Like this is, let's just be real here. There's a lot of propaganda to saying money is just an inevitable thing that we have to use for trade. Here's the thing, though. We just don't really know how everything else would look like. We can say a few
I mean,
things.
yeah,
though.
if you want to go join a
Can I say-
commune, I think.
No,
it's my
that's
mom
not what I was
has them.
saying. And can you
Has
let
one
me
in-
Room,
can you-
nobody's talking about that.
Yeah, the thing is, what I want to say, get to the point is, we have to talk about how money interacts on two levels. The, big economic, overarching international global economy level, and the, basically the base level, like everyone else. And here's a big thing. Maybe it actually is a thing that we need for, international trade or so, because it just makes things in that regard easier. That could be, we don't know, we would basically need to try to find out and adjust on the way. What I can say though is, money on the personal day-to-day level is not, not really giving any real function other than limiting what people can access. Because here's the thing.
I would say so. Here's my aspect on that. Yeah, I have something to say about that after you finish.
Yeah.
Let's let Nai make her point.
The thing is,
Yeah.
the only thing really money could do is basically doing right now two things. It allows you access to higher quality products, basically, or gives you also just more power in politics and shit. But on the vast majority of people, money mainly limits access to food, access to technology, access to a lot of things that we overproduce anyway to hell and fucking back, that we need to ask the question, are those things actually really relevant? Or are they just basically a strain on people's, life? Because that's the thing. Money right now isn't something that, helps balance out an economy. It limits how much food you can buy, even though there is enough available everywhere. And I know then people would say, but if food was free, wouldn't people just empty out a warehouse? The thing is, maybe at the fucking beginning, because there's the whole thing of everyone is still thinking, oh, maybe we can go back and I need to grab as much free things as I can, because right now again food is valuable. But let's just be real here, it kind of isn't also, because we overproduce.
Well,
the
how do you
fucking
assess
hell
that
out of it.
value?
Why would you assess the value of food in that regard? What you're getting at
mean,
specifically?
Well, food requires resources.
No,
requires
it
requires
fertilizer. The
resources.
fertilizer
It
requires
requires resources, it requires work, but
tractors, it
also
requires-
Yes.
Well-
So, what's your point?
Well, how do you assign value to something?
Why would you assign value, monetary value, to those things in the first place? That's the question.
I'm
you
not
should
saying monetary value. I'm saying a value of something.
I mean the thing
ask.
is,
Why would you need that? That's why I'm asking.
But how do you
Well, you can't
incentivize
make
a
a barter
person
without
to?
value.
Yeah,
the thing
You
is,
can't make a barter without value.
Why would you make a barter? You have a country, you produce things for your people,
yeah, I mean,
so that people get the things. That's why you produce things.
Well, why would the person who's driving the tractor drive the tractor?
Okay,
Why would
let-
the person who's
room,
making
room.
the
Yeah.
So would
Before
you
you
stop, would
go
you,
on with that.
so can you one thing, please? So in other words, if there was no monetary incentive and you wouldn't get more than what you technically would get now, except that society would collapse if everyone wouldn't do it, you would stop working.
No, there would just be a black market, and you'd have a different kind of.
Why would
You'd
there
have
be a black
whatever
market if you can access things for free?
Well, you can't have anything for free. We have
Actually,
unlimited
you-
once, but limited.
Well,
You can things
No.
have for free, sure.
There are.
Here's
First off, hold on. First off, nothing in life is free. Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
That's a nice saying,
Not even
but
even
you can't make it.
excluding. No. Even excluding monetary value of objects, nothing is free.
Okay,
You're not
you know
going to
what?
get something
making-
without putting.
Now
something
you're
else.
just making
Whether
word
that
games
becomes
in the
a social
sense.
trust or
That's
a
just
company.
that's
Stop,
just word.
stop,
that's
all
just
of you,
word.
stop, all of you.
I
This
know.
is the point I wanted to address because
I
you're
address it
literally
right
talking
now.
past each other
Yeah,
again.
I'm doing it right now. You talk basically making word games because I'm saying free access. God.
So, yeah, let's just point this out. That's right. We can talk about the fact that, hey, why would people, actually do this work? And right now, the only incentive they have is,
You die.
you need to make money somehow. And the thing, ironically, they usually inherit is, here's a tractor, and you can plow a field, and then in 1 or 2 times of the year, you can just get shit out, stuff out of it. But also, like, a potato isn't really valuable. This isn't to say, a potato isn't unvaluable. The stuff is more like, someone needs to put some time into it. Not as much work as we ever, as we needed to in the past. Like, potato farming is so highly automated right now. It's just ridiculous. But also, tons of potatoes are getting destroyed on purpose every single year. Same with salad, same with a lot of other vegetable crops. Because there's such an overproduction of them that if they would just put all of them onto the market, the price would tank. The current system encourages literal fucking food destruction because else there wouldn't be a value, there wouldn't be some form of
Well,
we
how
maybe
much?
don't have
How much
enough.
food destruction?
You can just.
No, I'm actually asking a question. I don't know how much is it.
Yeah, we
Do you
should
know?
Google that.
Or
Yeah.
I forget the exact figure, but from what I understand, like the current total food production worldwide would be enough to feed 3 times the world
Yeah.
population.
Then it's also a matter of logistics and stuff, but yes.
So,
Yeah, like
the-
that's
the-
the-
the
that's the thing.
logistics
Yeah,
side of being
that's
destroyed
the thing as
because
well. Like you said,
you did.
yeah, there's so much food
Yeah.
being destroyed because like I said, logistics is just not profitable to ship food to people who actually need it. That's why there's famine all over the world, while other parts of the world are importing tons of food and destroying what they domestically produce. Like it's the same thing. It's kind of the same thing with like the potato famine in Ireland. It was that in a smaller on a smaller scale. That like there was plenty of food being produced in Ireland, but it was all being
Shipped
like
away.
exported into Britain, and that's why the Irish starved. And we see that basically happening on a global scale. So it's and like to go back to what you said about like why would people drive the tractor? People generally want to have something to do. Like there might be people who just want to do nothing, sit at home, but most people want to have something to do. They want to feel productive, and there's plenty of people who want to do things that would keep society running. Like there's like Nia said, same with the food. At first, you would probably get a bunch of people that do nothing, but eventually, this is what you saw in lockdown as well. Like if people have nothing to do for a while, there's
They find
like
something.
people find something to do because they people don't like being idle.
Yeah, but also here's also another thing that is actually kind of interesting if you think about it. Farmers are in the bad spot of basically they're they essentially overproduce. They're essential, but they're overproducing. So in the current system, they wouldn't actually make money if they literally destroyed food. By the way, but the annual food waste of the world is 1.3 billion tons.
Is that American billions or like
That
normal
is
billions?
the world.
No, I'm asking if it's American billions or normal billions.
It's the American billions.
Ah, so a milliard.
Okay, it's fucking huge. So the thing is, the anarchist movement is seceding. No, sorry guys, that ain't happening. So the thing is just, oh, I could do corporate state. What?
Capitalism.
I have never done corporate state actually.
You could try.
Fuck yeah, why not? Let's end up with shits and giggles. The thing is, that. The
Does
thing
anybody
is,
want something out of Italy or maybe France?
Not right now.
not right now.
Not really.
Are we actually protecting CM from France
Nope.
this time? Oh god, how did that happen?
What?
Anyway, the thing is, the irony about the food production is, again, they're essential, we need them, but the current system encourages them to destroy food, so there is an artificial scarcity to a degree, or, hold back food, etc. And even then, they're not making enough, sometimes not enough money, because they still need subsidiaries,
and we
subsidiaries,
also
which they also don't need to a degree, and
We
that's
also have
a
the whole
problem.
practice that bananas that are not in a certain angle aren't getting in the supermarkets because they don't look nice enough. Thus, the population becomes accustomed to them and feel weird when bananas don't look like they usually look to. We basically have a self-reinforcing system to making food scarcer.
Yeah. The weird part is,
Well,
if
can
nations...
I rephrase? Would anybody want to help defend me against Italy and France?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if I can join your war, though.
So
I'm
where
not
are
in the
There.
region, so...
So, Ruben, do you help? Because then I can open up a land border again.
Yeah, I'm helping.
Okay, then I need,
Send whatever you want to claim. I
want the French.
So yeah,
So now, one of the things I was
can
going
I
to say
please say
earlier.
first, because I was interrupted, by the way. The irony is that if countries would just actually just actually hire farmers and simply pay them, like, oh yeah, we're covering the cost of, doing your work, and, you get a fixed, good salary and stuff, we would save millions in money in subsidiaries and shit by just, producing shit ours, basically just taking it off the market and just be like, but what do we gain for that? Billions of potatoes that we can just distribute, which would solve so
I
much
mean,
of
the
the
U.S.
hunger
essentially
problem.
does that.
I mean,
We essentially do that with our farms.
Yes and no.
It's not to
So-
the ideal form that you're talking about, but we do it to an extent because we know that if we didn't, a lot of our farms would go bankrupt.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
there is the whole
Especially if
EU
there
agricultural
was
fund
like
as
a
well.
problem.
Yeah,
Zep.
But the thing I was going to say is that one of the advantages of like currency is the fact that it in everyday life is the fact that it can be a stored form of the value of input that you put into society
Austria
that
joined
you
in.
can that is secure.
But you also know that that's kind of basically impossible to assess in the first place.
Yeah, that's another problem. Like, the irony is that, for example, if you... here's the thing. The irony is that if we, for example, talk about, hey, do people, for example, want something like, I don't know, a new console or... like, we're producing enough, electronics for basically everyone. We're actually overproducing the fucking shit. Like,
Which is wasting resources.
we're not needing this many TVs. I mean, let me put it like this: it's not wrong to have a few manufacturers, because everyone kind of does a different thing. And let's just be real here: people in that part are weird. Like, some people will just sit there and be like, "I just don't like Samsung TVs. I will get an LG monitor because." It's just a very personal vibe and prejudice, and like, that's fine, even though they're very, very similar. They are different and such. But also, we can manufacture them right now. The question of do you get something is usually more based on how much money do you have on hand, because and less do you actually need it. Like, good example is a new console comes out and basically scalpers ruin it for everyone. there's a lot of things you could do against that. Fuck GameStop, by the way. But also, the thing is that if the manufacturing would just be covered in such shit, it would just be like you basically tell over an internet platform, I want this, and then you'll be like, sure, we produce it. And you get it at some point. But
there are certain services that already do that for money, like the just-in-time production or on-demand production. You do see that with some printing, like book printing stuff. You have like on-demand printing. So it already
apparently
works.
it's not very good because a lot of the paper's like meant to be pretty crappy. So
I mean, that's
because monetary incentive, because it's like economy of scale. It is cheap to buy cheap paper, and like you don't get the economy of scale of printing in bulk. So that's why they cheap out on materials.
Yeah, and then you have in comparison, if you look at, for example, if you look at the whole, if we go back to farming incentive, it's like, I mean, the thing is, and this is probably another thing we could probably argue about, we could maybe settle on, is the fact that I also don't think that we might get anarchism in one fell swoop. Period. Like, everyone is too entrenched in such, but we can actually argue, and we can probably all settle on the fact that there are a bunch of parts in our economic system and our general structure that we could change to be more equitable and actually just better for everyone right now. Because again, we're overproducing to hell and back. The moment we actually just let go of the fact that, for example, farmers need to make money off, their produce, and just saying like, listen, you're just producing a fuck ton of, stuff like apples, potatoes, carrots, leeks, really, robust vegetables that are, that you can store a bunch and also just plant easily. We could actually,
we need more on the France front, by the way.
Okay.
I know I'm
I
moving
don't-
troops. It just it takes time because I was moving troops from India.
Yeah.
We could at least say, for example, that vegetables would be accessible for free. It would just be, basically it would be covered by, taxes and shit. But like the moment everyone realizes that taxes do stuff like, I don't need to pay for public infrastructure, at least regional and shit, that would be one small step. And the next part would be like, oh hey, cool, some baseline vegetables are, just free to get. That would just solve so fucking much, because like imagine if people just had access to vegetables and fruits.
Hey, no.
Yeah. What?
Quick question. Why were you studying economics? Because you could actually like do the maths on this as well
The maths were done
I
by,
hate
and
math.
actually show it.
first of all, that
Economics is a fake
fair
field.
enough.
also kind of like
Also,
the numbers.
there's-
The numbers.
Trust me, go to an economics like department,
You know that
and
the
there are
number-
socialists, there are
A
anarchists.
lot of
Yeah.
economists.
They exist.
You know
What-
that back
Can I-
then Kropotkin already calculated stuff, and now we have way more automation. It's like
Yeah, people
That-
Well,
already.
then you can calculate it again.
It's like,
great.
I mean,
What is that
Do
going
your
to?
bachelor's thesis on it.
And
Like,
what-
if someone in Russia over 100 years ago was like, listen, we could already just do so much shit for free and people need to work less, and now everything is automated even more, I don't really need to do the math on that. Also, by the way, I suck at math. Like, I'm...
Can I
here's the thing.
like?
yes.
Just get some help from Agonia.
No, she's even worse. Do you know I'm still
Can
trying
I
to
also
explain
give,
vectors
like-
to her?
But Lena, what did
Can
you say?
I still get like a small example to support what you're saying? Like, I live in a pretty like a rural area, so people here, like lots of people have like their own fruit trees and vegetable gardens and such. Whenever it's harvest season, like we just get like tons of like pears and apples and zucchini, like tons of stuff that everybody just gives to each other, because even a small garden will produce way more than any one household can consume. So they just give it to everybody in the street, and you have plentiful fruit and vegetables, and that's just from small like individual fruit trees and hobby gardens. That's not like people doing actual like larger scale farming. Like that's something that, like I said, that already happens without any kind of profit motive or profit incentive, just because people like gardening and people like sharing stuff.
Yeah, and
like-
if you would set up an organization that could organize distribution of that food on a larger scale, people would gladly just give their surplus there.
Yeah, like where I grew up, by the way, like someone like there was someone that was he was the father of a friend of my sister, or also I guess my friend. Yeah, we hang out a lot. Like he had a garden and he had apple trees there, and every year he handed out fucking apple juice because he made his own apple juice, and it was just too much, and we still got apples on top because there was just too many apples.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous how much something small can produce. It's like that's the thing, by the way.
Yeah.
We are overproducing so fucking much that we can actually just we can definitely agree on that if we would actually just realize that there are some things in this world that would simply save us money in the current system if we just stopped forcing ourselves to force them to make somehow money artificially. The moment we realize that if farmers were just
So much
paid by the
inefficiency.
state, we would have so much more money to just distribute everywhere, and also we just would solve hunger overnight. And I mean, this sounds
There's
absurd
so
because we
much
just-
inefficiency everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and then people say, oh, but it would just be stuff like potatoes and carrots. Do you know how much of a pantry with that you can just fill up with rice, potatoes, and stuff? How much that is worth? How much that would just be adding? Like even if the rest, stuff like meats and stuff and more, more seasonal stuff and it's a bit more rare. Even if that would still cost money. The fact that the base vegetables are so overproduced and we could get, apples and potatoes just in the hands of everyone, it would solve so fucking much because, again, it's inefficient as shit because it is forced to be inefficient. It has to be inefficient by design because that's the only way that is allowed right now. Similarly, every time it happened, for example, in everyone was like, oh, but why should trains make money? And then you have cities like I think Melbourne and such. I think Melbourne was it. They were just like, let's just make public transport free, and they started saving money. Because turns out a lot of stuff was literally just money wasting. There's a reason why they just not a lot of times control stuff, for example, on public transport here, because you need to pay people to do that, and then people are like, oh, but what if you build stuff like fare gates and shit? And fare gates are just also a huge waste of money, because you need to build the stations weird, you need to lock people out of platforms. The whole thing has to be connected to a whole banking ecosystem. It is like they need to be constantly repaired. Like fare gates are bad design. They're hostile infrastructure.
It physically limits throughput. It physically limits throughput. Like it makes getting on and off trains much less efficient.
And I will say to this day, it is hostile architecture. And every country who's like, oh, but we need this, it was always... No! All the Germanic countries are running without them just fine. And it still costs us money that we, that people are basically forced to still check from time to time because it's kind of still illegal to just... We would save so much court money on the fact that we would just not need to punish people for that. Because the sad part is, what happens if someone rides the train for free, the regional train, which is like an essential part of every city?
I don't know how, but Kazakhstan, which I can't have a border with, finally after years capitulated and became a protectorate.
Nice. That's really well done. But the thing is, the irony is, being riding the train illegally and getting caught costs the state way more money than if they wouldn't caught you. Because let's just say, oh, you get caught and then you can't pay the fine. You go to prison. Cool, now the state has to actually pay for you. That's worthless. Absolute bullshit. And the irony is, again, even when we just lowered the price of the whole, fucking infrastructure to €9 a month, it almost paid for itself. They literally broke off before it reached that threshold because, holy shit, let's not have people actually get a sense that shit can be actually affordable and cheap. Because the reality is, and then people are like, oh, but what if there's an overload? There was a higher load, but there wasn't really an overload. The only times where that happened was in regions where the regional rail was bad, and suddenly people realized, oh fuck, people would actually like to take the train here if it's affordable. But like, Hamburg? No, it just kept chugging along, no problem. Nothing really changed. People just didn't pay exorbitant amounts of money for it anymore. Same in Berlin, same in every other city or region that had some form of regular running regional rail system. And at that point, you need to ask, why are you not making it free? Because again, they did it in other countries, and every single time it saved them money because the knock-on effects are similar to. Like, that's the thing. It's a similar thing with releasing wolves into Yellowstone. You actually don't realize how much is tied to that because, everyone, more people use the train now, meaning less people drive cars makes, better air quality, but also your streets don't erode as much because if you just slash the amounts of cars in half, you don't need to repair a lot. And, by the way, road repairs are one of the biggest drains on communities worldwide. They're like such a drainage. It's just a big fucking problem.
Yeah, if you don't need them.
Yeah, I remember
because-
that from Transport Tycoon.
Yeah, if you don't need them, and in some parts roads will always be there, yeah, then there you can have them. But in most cases, you don't need them.
Yeah, in most cases, you could just. Why would you need roads? Like, you can. The thing is just that there are a lot of good knock-on effects, and again, I think we can just actually agree on the fact that there are simply a few things that would make it simply better for people if they, were free, and we can actually afford them to be free. We would save money on them to be free. The only reason why we're not doing is simply the system doesn't allow that line of thinking. Even though it wouldn't interfere with it. It would actually be good for the economy, because, like, imagine you don't need to, you don't even need to, you don't need to pay money for baseline food anymore. You still pay some part of food, because, like, again, you probably do want to have, a bit more to your potatoes, but, like, imagine if you just had flour and, like, the baseline shit. Like, salt is not, a thing that would, cost them a lot of money. Salt is cheap as shit. Most vegetable oils are cheap as shit. It's just, we could distribute things. We could do that. We just don't want to. Because, again, same as with public infrastructure being free, because then people would get ideas.
Oh, the North German Federation is the thing.
Yeah, and they have the Baltics.
Oh, they finally became a thing?
Bigger
Even though
Prussia.
Hanover is still not in there. Yeah, because Hanover is Spanish. How did that happen, by the way? How did they
no,
actually...
I think
They're
it's-
Spanish.
Okay,
Spanish.
wait, how did they actually manage to do... They have one part of Schleswig-Holstein, but not Schleswig-Holstein and Holstein.
The one part they have is it used to be Lübeck.
What is going on? How did they ever even manage to do that?
Maybe at one point it was free.
19th century.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess at some point they just were like, fuck it, this journal entry sucks balls. And they just did it.
I think I'm probably gonna head to bed now. Sorry.
Oh, 2 a.m. already.
Yeah,
Oops.
that's fine. We
Yeah.
agreed on that, I think, like 2 weeks ago already.
Yeah, sure. Also, I think next week you're not here, Zep, right?
Yes, I have a thing that I need to do that I can't reschedule.
Yeah.
I have a thing that I need
And
to do.
it's literally going to have to be away.
Okay.
I'm going to be away from the home for the night, essentially.
Yeah, okay.
So.
I need to check something, by the way. What
What?
do we want here? Wage subsidies, workers' protection,
Yeah, that's a different law.
workplace safety. Okay, let me check. That means it is labor rights, I think. Workers' protections, yeah. Then
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's there.
wage subsidies is. Yeah, because they're saying strike.
Yeah, then
I
wage
could
subsidies
do
is good.
I could do wage subsidies. I could do workers' protections, workplace safety of what? Workplace safety is okay. We need to expand that one. Okay, so those two are wage subsidies, workers' protections. Can we do that? No. So I guess we're doing
But yeah, Ruben wanted to
wage
go to
subsidies.
sleep,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
yeah,
can
sure.
already go, right?
yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, you can go.
Sorry.
Have a good night.
Okay.
Good
night.
night.
Have
Night.
fun. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, now we have a question though to solve.
Which question?
Do we want to keep streaming, and maybe switch to something like?
I think Lena also wanted to go to bed earlier.
Maybe, like, depends.
Depends. Okay.
I'm probably still gonna be awake for a couple hours, but I don't know what. I don't know if there's anything else. I might just go back to playing Anbenar and trying to finish off my Masked Butcher run. Very fun playing a country full of slasher villains.
Ah.
Yeah, the
I
thing is
wouldn't
just
mind
like
shooting up some bugs and stuff.
we should
Just saying.
definitely. Okay, you know what? I will ping tomorrow everyone to take care of the whole Minecraft server discussion because we still need to figure that one out. Yeah. Right now the question is: do we want to keep streaming? What would we like to keep streaming?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if you heard me, but I wouldn't mind shooting some bugs or bots.
You want to do some hell diving to end out?
I presume then Lena would be out though, because she
Except,
last time at least you didn't seem interested.
yeah, I don't know if you want to save some
Yeah.
democracy. It's like, yeah, phew, democracy, very fun.
I'm just trying to play some other games other than my strategy games so that I can hold over until Civ comes out.
I mean,
That's
if
pretty
you want to,
interesting,
you could, by the way, join on Tuesday. There's a Battlefield update, and they're adding new sweet. Okay, they're not adding new vehicles, but they're adding basically new vehicles now. So you can drive a Bradley or BMP2 if you like that one. But like the BMP2, okay, you know what? In hindsight, it is kind of funny when a game is like, hey, we have an American vehicle and a mirrored one for the Russian side, and everyone's like, yeah, but the Russian one sucks.
Also, for some reason, I can't naval invade Alaska. So Alaska.
Which one? Oh,
yeah.
yeah. That's probably something to do with the fact that, so this was a bug back in 1.5, I think, or 1.6.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I think the game recognizes one of the invasion tile as impassable terrain.
Mm-hmm. So
what do I do then? Should we just let them give up because they have one boat and one thing, and I just can't win against them?
I would say probably.
Yeah, I guess.
do we still want to fix
Well,
that?
Yeah.
so the other thing that we could do is when I get Canada, I could just use that as I could just give you access through there.
Well, until then, I probably will be out of the war.
So yeah, the question is, do we want to do some Helldivers 2 now still or not? I would be down with that. That's up to you though.
Who is you in this context?
I mean, you, Agonia, and Zep. I mean, Zep is pro that, but it comes down to you if you want to finish now, or do you want to play some Helldivers still?
I'm pondering if we can play something where Lena would also be interested.
That's a good question. Lena, would you have a suggestion for that?
I don't know, actually. I should think about. Also, I've said it a couple times. We should spend some time off stream sometime to discuss other Victoria, and maybe like I still kind of
Yeah.
want to see if you'd be interested in Anbanar, because that could be fun. But like that's not something we're gonna start right now. But yeah, that's something we need to discuss at some other
I
time.
mean, we could also do Marvel Rivals if you like that.
I don't have that.
Ah, okay, good.
Yeah.
That was a bit hard, though.
Let's see. What?
God damn it, we need some things. It's now hard.
Well, maybe something we could stream or play off stream. But Pioneers of Pagonia is in early access, and it's quite
Oh
fun.
yeah, you said that. I don't.
Yeah.
Does it have multiplayer?
It's co-op multiplayer. You control the same
Ah,
sort of.
So it's
like,
not yet versus.
no,
It's
I don't
it's
think they're going
from
to
the
do versus.
Settlers Maker.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do versus. It doesn't appear to. Maybe they are, but so far it doesn't appear to be part of the design.
I mean,
But it's like I've played it multiplayer with somebody with co-op, and it works really well. And it's actually quite pleasant to play because you can end up with people just doing different, like when I play with the other person, like they sort of mostly built up economy and production lines, and I was more like managing the military and production orders, without sort of not something we discussed in advance, but just that what just ended up organically happening. It's a very good solid co-op system.
that's
So that's
nice.
something that could be with 3 or 4 people it might be a bit crowded, but
Yeah, there probably isn't
is a
that
fun game.
much to do.
Yeah,
No.
that's true. I mean,
yeah.
maybe.
But with 2 people, it is a fun game. So it is something. Also, just a recommendation.
Yeah, problem is we have 4 people.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just know, because I played like stuff like Settlers 2 back in the Settlers 3 back in the day, that had that they
Yeah.
always had some form of multiplayer in it, because there was
Yeah.
it was still a strategy game, but like it tried to be like, I mean, that's the weird part when people say Settlers is a just a settlement game, because like weirdly no, it is kind of more a society economy
Yeah.
simulation.
Yeah.
But you also need to have a war
economic
economy.
strategy game. Yeah, it's economic strategy game.
That's like, oh hey, you need to feed your people, but also you need to build your army, and then it was.
Yeah.
It's the thing Anno wants to do in terms of military stuff, but Anno fails constantly at it. Fuck, now I'm nostalgic for Settlers now. Fuck. Yeah.
Settlers fun.
I
I
would
thought I played most of the Settlers.
I would propose Offworld Trading Company, but I know you already said I think that you don't like it as much. It doesn't click, and I see that Zep doesn't
Yeah.
have it. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's out of the equation.
I know, maybe. Chat, do you want to maybe see something specific? Would you be interested in something right now? That's just mainly a question for like maybe.
I mean, I
Raw
might
also.
not. You guys probably don't need to have me in there playing. I might just hang out and voice chat and chat.
That's also fine.
Also, like if you want to hell dive, then I'm also perfectly okay with that.
You could also just say you could stay in chat then if you want.
Or in call, like as we
Yeah,
said.
in call. I mean, yeah, that's the thing.
Maybe, but I think you're gonna be like that's a game that requires a lot more voice coordination. So that
No, not really. Like you're probably not gonna do a super hell life right now.
Well,
We usually do it on.
Yeah, if we were to do like the higher levels, then yes, it would require more coordination, which we barely do, even when we say we.
It's just more relaxed because you can
I've-
talk.
I've kind of noticed.
The game is like really easy. You don't need much coordination.
Yeah, it's nice. So if you want to, you can stay here and talk. Okay, so I guess we're switching over to hell diving.
Can you still make Alaska give up?
Yeah, you know what? So you know what? A final time. Snack waifu. Even close up there. Look at her. Honestly, I really like her design. Actually, it's neat.
Yeah.
Also, Gonya, I'm slightly disappointed that you didn't take the opportunity to lower Siberia's autonomy since they got involved in the war.
I couldn't.
You couldn't?
Nope. Didn't
Really?
had lower autonomy for anyone as an option.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I would have. Believe me.
Yeah. So it wasn't even there as a war goal?
No.
Weird.
I started like doing Paraguay and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was just like no other countries can be reduced in autonomy,
Well,
which I was severely disappointed by.
yeah. Okay, so I guess then we will do a bit of hell diving to find out.
Have you saved?
I will do that literally after I switched off the streams. You know.
But yeah, I'm also a little disappointed, but I don't think I'll be getting the pieces of Mongolia that I wanted.
Ah.
Why not?
Infamy. I don't want my infamy to go too high. That said, I could
Why?
probably just.
Infamy is just a number.
I know, but subjects in Japan. Japan is actually on track to be annexed.
Ah.
Which
Yeah.
I don't want to screw over.
No, understandable. Yeah, understandable.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is either I get to annexing Japan, then immediately go into either Canada or Qing.
As long as you stay under 50, there isn't much of an impact, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, so right now I'm at 25.2, so there's a slight impact, and it'll go down even faster once I go below that.
Yes.
But each of the next moves that I'm going to make are going to be somewhat expensive.
Mm-hmm.
One of which, the thing with Canada would put me over no matter what. Just because they're a pretty large-sized minor power.
Mm-hmm.
But part of why I want Canada is, well, the aesthetics, I guess. Sadly, though, Alaska is not going to fit that North Pacific Empire vibe.
Yeah. Okay, so, by the way, everyone, we're gonna end the stream. Don't worry, it will run a bit. We will be right back. Just reload your page, no problem. So yeah, this was Wiki 3. I guess we will have to finish this one up another time still. God damn it, Ruben. Just it's less than 10 years.
Yeah, but it's
It's
consistent.
not just that. It's also the
12 years.
game has been the game has had a lot of very laggy moments. But
Yeah, it's been
it's-
slowing down. It's been slowing
That's-
down a lot.
that's due to the wars and the
Yeah.
and the fact that we had a couple of massive economies.
Yeah, the
Oh,
fact,
hey.
that it's late game.
Gossip Girl? No. Here's the thing. We're just finishing Wiki 3. We're switching over to Helldivers 2. So stay tuned, reload. We will literally be right back, okay? So yeah, stay everyone in this. Just stay here. We will be right back. But this was Wiki 3. See you all actually tomorrow because we're gonna play some Delta Force Hawk Ops Season 1 Starfire.
Horse fuck-ups!
Yes!
Force.
Yeah, have some fun. You're gonna see how broken the new operator is. So yeah, see you then tomorrow and have For everyone who leaves, good night. Everyone, stay here. We're gonna do some democracy. Yeah, bye.